Well, good morning, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the fourth edition of the Green Swan Conference. We are glad to have co-organized this year's conference together with the Bank of Japan, the Bank of Spain, and the Network of Central Banks and Supervisors for Greening the Financial System, the NGFS. The conference theme this year is the impact of climate change on the real economy and what it implies for business and for monetary policy. Those of you who have followed early editions of the conference may have noticed the gradual evolution of its focus. Whereas in the first two conferences there was a lot of discussion of the role of finance, last year and this year we have turned our attention more to what's happening in the real economy. To be sure, the facilitating role of finance and the managing climate-related financial risks remain pertinent. But what finance ultimately aims to do is to enable the desired outcomes in the real economy, outcomes in terms of real capital investment, the energy mix, the patterns of production, and the global supply chain. Better understanding these real economy developments is indeed critical for central banks in performing their core functions. Hence, the evolution in the conference's focus. What has not changed, however, is the conference's ethos of bringing together speakers from different fields, including those who do not typically cross paths in their usual professional cycles. Climate change is a multifaceted issue that requires global concerted efforts from all sectors. We in the central banking community have much to gain by hearing from and interacting with experts from other fields that have different and often more direct connection to the topic than we do. We have a short but choice program today. We will begin with a session that looks at the relationship between the global efforts to reduce emissions and international trade. This will be followed by a panel discussion with senior executives from major global corporations in industries that are most relevant for the global effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We will then have a session that looks at the interplay between the green transition and monetary policy transmission. The session features a report that has been prepared especially for this conference. And to round up the day, we will have a high-level panel with 4 governors who will discuss how the respective institutions have sought to better understand the real economic impact of climate change and the transition, as well as what it could mean for their approaches to monetary policy going forward. But first, let me extend a warm welcome to Sabine Mauderer, First Deputy Governor of the Deutsche Bundesbank and the Chair of the NGFS, who will give the opening address for the conference. Her address is entitled Steering Through Uncharted Waters, Monetary Policy in the Face of Climate Change. So I wish all of you a great conference, looking forward to the discussion, and we cannot start in a better way than with Sabine. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, dear Augustin Carstens. And thanks to you and all your colleagues from the BIS for hosting this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is not only a risk of tomorrow. Climate change is already reshaping our economies, our financial system, and our societies today. And even our lives are at risk. and the devastating floods in Spain are a recent example of this. According to the Copernicus Climate Change Service, this year will be the warmest year on record. It will also be the first year in which global temperatures will be more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Global CO2 emissions still remain stubbornly high. So far, mitigation measures have been insufficient. And, especially looking at this week, current global political trends suggest that this situation may persist, and maybe longer than we think. This week, global clean energy stock indices plummeted after the US election, while the global oil and gas stocks were on the rise. As global warming continues unmitigated, we can expect more climate-related risk to materialize. And we are heading towards uncharted waters. And this situation is associated with major uncertainties and entails multiple challenges for central banks and supervisors. Both climate change and the green transition will have macroeconomic impacts, and these in turn will have implications for our work. Therefore, I think it's crucial to further deepen our understanding of these effects and evaluate what they mean for monetary policy. Let's first consider physical risks resulting from climate change. Without substantial climate change mitigation, these risks will increase. And this scenario has become likelier, especially since the outcome of the political changes we might see. We are already seeing the acute physical impacts that stem from extreme weather events such as hurricanes, droughts, and floods. And just a month ago, Hurricane Milton left a path of destruction across Florida. The damage is likely to exceed $50 billion. Over the last 20 years, annual property damage from natural disasters has more than doubled in real terms. Last year, the global financial damage from extreme weather events amounted to $280 billion according to Swiss Re. And when we account for the second round effects, the total impact on the global economy is much larger. A recent report by the NGFS, our global coalition of central banks and supervisors, explores these complex macroeconomic effects. It illustrates how climate-related disasters can affect the economy by influencing supply, demand, and of course financial flows. Extreme weather events cause significant damage to infrastructure and production sites. Besides the physical threats, people can lose their homes or their job, with consequences for their wealth and their income. Extreme weather events can also affect prices. For instance, droughts or floods can lead to drops in agricultural production, and there may be a threat on supply chains, and increase food prices. Such effects are particularly pronounced in developing economies that rely heavily on agriculture. The devastating floods that hit Pakistan in 2022, for example, affected 33 million people and drove up food prices significantly. Overall, the direction of price effects depends on the balance between supply-side effects and the reduction in demand. The economic impact of extreme weather events can also be aggravated through financial channels. For instance, banks might tighten their credit conditions or be less willing or able to lend money in response to a worsened economic outlook. Physical risks also arise from long-term shifts in climate patterns, such as rising temperatures. In this context, let me also highlight another recent set of publications by our network of Greening the Financial System, NGFS. Just earlier this week, we published an update of our long-term climate scenarios. So we have different scenarios in this setting, like hothouse world, fragmented worlds, and other scenarios we can imagine. In particular, this update employs a new damage function that better captures the economic effects of rising global temperatures. It shows, and I think this is really important, it shows that global estimated GDP losses from rising temperature by 2050 could be up to 4 times higher than we previously expected, 4 times higher. Estimates of climate damage could even increase further than just this number in the future scenarios updates. Looking ahead, the NGFS is working to better integrate sea level rises. We have not included this in our current scenarios, or other complexities of climate change, such as tipping points into our scenarios. Our planet is on the verge of crossing multiple tipping points, which will move us even further into uncharted waters. Earlier this year, the NGFS published a case study that zoomed in on the Amazon rainforest. Over 30 million people depend directly or indirectly on the Amazon from their livelihood. Droughts and deforestation have pushed this globally important ecosystem closer to collapse. If these trends continue, tipping points in the Amazon could already be exceeded in the short to medium term. Such a tipping event could further destabilize the climate system and put pressure on other ecosystems across the globe. And these compounding effects across ecosystems would lead to more economic damage worldwide. But the world is running out of time, but the way ahead is more uncertain than ever. Let's also talk about the impacts of the green transition. That's another phenomenon, relatively new, we have to know much more about. Central banks must also pay attention on the macroeconomic effects that can result from the green transition. Another recent report by the NGFS, you see we have been quite busy. This new report looks at these impacts. It delves into 3 main drivers of the green transition. First, mitigation policies such as carbon pricing, green subsidies and regulation. Second, innovation in green technologies. And third, changing consumers and business preferences. The green transition will induce substantial structural changes within economies. These shifts will have profound consequences for households, businesses, and financial markets. In the financial sector, new patterns of capital flows might emerge away from carbon incentive businesses and towards low carbon ones. Such changes in investment flows could lead to asset revaluation or stranded assets. In the real economy, carbon pricing and regulation increase the cost of using carbon incentive inputs. These policies create incentives to adopt technologies that are climate friendly, but more expensive. Rising costs have an adverse effect on economic activity. However, at the same time, green investment demand, innovation, and redistribution of carbon revenues can reduce negative supply-side effects. Especially in the short run, upward pressures on prices are possible. But in the medium to long term, as economies decarbonize and innovation lowers the cost of reducing carbon emissions, these inflationary pressures could ease. Overall, the size and nature of the economic impact will vary across countries and depend on the policy mix adopted. For example, the carbon intensity and the income level of each country will also affect how their economies respond. Regarding the policy mix, we are already seeing that to spur the green transition, some countries are using subsidies, while others are relying more on carbon pricing. So this is a scenario you also see, we call that a fragmented world. Right? Moreover, the NGFS scenarios show that delaying policy action and the lack of international coordination increase the cost of mitigating climate change. And I think this is what we also experience right now. Central banks must understand the complex macroeconomic effects of the green transition to tailor monetary policy responses. Let me finally talk about the implications for central banks and monetary policy. The implications of climate change will be profound and multifaceted. Monetary policy must adapt to these challenges and be prepared to manage the trade-off associated with climate-related shocks. Central banks have tended to look through short-lived supply-side effects caused by extreme weather events and climate policies, where inflation expectations remain well anchored. However, both physical risk and transition risk will intensify and the inflationary effects should get more pronounced. Then looking through might become less an option, and this could have an important implication. Central banks may increasingly face situations in which they have to react to inflationary pressure in weak economies environments. Regarding the green transition, tightening financial conditions would imply higher financing costs for green investments. And I think in this afternoon, we will have the chance to discuss how monetary policy affects the green transition in more detail. Climate change also increases the uncertainties in which central banks operate. Going forward, central banks might have to expect increased climate-related volatility in inflation and output. According to the World Bank, carbon emissions are far from being priced at sufficiently high levels. To meet the goals of the Paris Agreement, both coverage and price levels will need to rise rapidly. But how this unfolds remains subject to uncertainty. More abrupt policy changes cannot be excluded, which could make the transition more disruptive and costly. There's also uncertainty around the pace and the effects of technological innovations. Take electrical cars, for example. The shift from combustion engines to electric vehicles has caused disruptions in global automotive markets, with new players emerging. So, where do we go from here? Central banks need to extend their horizon beyond their usual projection period and consider new sources of uncertainty. And we must communicate our strategies and rationales transparently to the public and to the financial markets. Effective communication can help to anchor inflation expectations, reduce uncertainty, and build confidence in our ability to navigate climate-related challenges. Moreover, to understand the macroeconomic impacts of climate change and the transition, central banks and scientists must continue to develop and refine their analytical toolkit. As more data come in, we should use them to improve our understanding of climate risk. To support central banks on this journey, the NGFS recently published a climate macroeconomic modeling handbook. The handbook provides central banks with valuable guidance on incorporating climate-related risk into their economic models. So I think that was quite dense, so let me now conclude. Climate change and the green transition are reshaping the macroeconomic environment in which central banks operate. They add to the host of challenges that we need to consider in our work. Navigating uncharted waters requires proper equipment. We have already made some progress in understanding climate risk, but the journey has just started. We must be aware of the limits of the analytical tools we have today for this purpose. A better understanding of climate risk will require more research, joining forces with academia and industry, and moreover, uncharted waters are best navigated together. So I cannot overstate the importance of international cooperation between relevant stakeholders. And this is why this event, or an event like this, is one of the very, very valuable ones. So thank you for your attention and enjoy this conference. Thank you.
So I'll just say a few words. When it comes to climate change and the green transition, is international trade a source of problem, or is it part of a solution? And have you ever wondered, is buying local always the greener option? Hello everyone, my name is Corinne Ho. I'm from the Bank for International Settlements. I'm also part of the co-organizing team. So on behalf of the co-organizing team, I would like to welcome all of you to session 1 of Green Swan 2024. In this session, with the help of some leading experts in different fields, we will explore the relationship between efforts and policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and international trade. So let me now hand the floor over to Eddie Yu, Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, to introduce the speakers and to chair this session.
Thank you very much, Corinne, and a very warm welcome to everybody to attend this first session of the Green Swan Conference. And the topic of this session is transition and adaptation in the real economy, the big picture. And as Corinne said, it will deal with areas other than finance, and it will be about international trade, it will be about carbon tax, and we all know very well that climate risk is a global issue that we need cross-border solutions. But how can we enhance that cross-border solution? Something that I think the panel will shed some light in the discussion. Let me now first introduce our 3 distinguished panelists. In the middle is Professor Ralph Osa. He's the Chief Economist and Director of the Economic Research and Statistics Division at the World Trade Organization. Ralph will be giving us the keynote presentation today on international trade. And then we have two discussants, Professor Beata Javorcik. She's the Chief Economist in the EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And then we also have Mr. Tim Gold, who's the Chief Energy Economist at the IEA, International Energy Agency. Just to remind everyone, after Ralph make the presentation, we will have the two discussants doing their presentation, and then we will open the floor for Q&A. We will have some time for Q&A, so get prepared. So without further ado, I will ask Ralph to deliver your keynote presentation first. Ralph, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eddie, and thank you very much to the BIS for inviting me. It's always great to be here, always great to interact with this community. So what I want to do in my presentation today is to try to convince you that international trade is actually an important part of the solution when it comes to climate change, even though many people perceive it as part of the problem. And I'm going to present a paper that I already started working on before joining the World Trade Organization, but that has come in quite handy now that these issues of international trade and climate change have become so visible. So the main result of the paper is quite straightforward. What I'm going to argue is that climate policy can unlock large environmental gains from trade by inducing countries to specialize according to what I call their environmental comparative advantage. And the main idea is that global emissions fall when countries specialize in industries where they have relatively low emissions, just like global real incomes rise when countries specialize in industries where they have relatively high productivity. And once I say it like this, it sounds obvious. You have the idea of the economic gains from trade based on economic comparative advantage. So you can also have the idea of environmental gains from trade based on environmental comparative advantage. But even though it seems obvious, once you've said it, this idea or this connection so far has been absent, at least to the best of my knowledge, from the trade and climate change debate. And this is important because, as Corinne already mentioned in her introduction, international trade is often perceived as part of the problem when you think, when it comes to the fight against climate change, as all these buy local initiatives in local supermarkets suggest. If you go to your local supermarket in Switzerland, but I'm sure also in many other parts of the world, it is taken as self-evident that buying the local product is better for the environment than buying the imported product. And this is due to the fact that when people think about trade, they think about transportation. And when they think about transportation, they think about transport emissions. They think about the dirty trucks and planes and ships that transport the product. And of course, it's true that there are transport emissions, and it's of course true that it's also important to reduce these transport emissions. But what people forget is that there's also production emissions, and that these production emissions actually account for a much larger share of overall emissions. And very importantly for my presentation today, that there's large variation in production emissions across countries. So to the extent that you import something from a relatively green origin, for example, the production emissions that you save can overcompensate the additional transport emissions that you incur. And this green sourcing idea, as I sometimes call it, you can think of it as the partial equilibrium analog to this general equilibrium notion of specialization according to environmental comparative advantage. And I would say that these results would also offer a more inclusive perspective on sustainable development by highlighting that you can both benefit from the gains of trade and decarbonize the economy, so that these two objectives are actually complementary, or you can pursue them in complementary ways. They're not mutually exclusive. So the way we go about this is we have a quantitative model, a very standard quantitative model of the world economy, which we're going to hit with carbon tax. And this is just because the carbon tax is kind of the textbook solution to internalize environmental externalities. So it's not really a paper about carbon taxation per se, but that just seems like the obvious thing to shock the model with to make the point. And this quantitative model is essentially a model of the world economy. So we have many countries, we have many industries, input-output linkages, a standard quantitative trade model. The benchmark scenario is going to be a uniform carbon tax of $100 per ton of CO2 equivalent, but we look at many other scenarios, different carbon tax rates, also partial coverages of carbon tax rates, and the main result is robust to these changes. Now, just to clarify, this is not an integrated assessment model, so it's not a model that explains, what the economy, or that takes into account explicitly what the economy is going to do to the climate, or what climate change is going to do to the economy, not because we don't think that's important, but because we don't think it's critical to make this simple point that we are trying to make. So here's the main result. The main result is that the environmental gains from trade account for more than 1/3 of the emissions reductions brought about by the carbon tax. So the carbon tax brings about some emissions reductions. The environmental gains from trade account for more than 1/3 of this. And this result, I already said it, holds for a wide range of carbon pricing regimes. So it suggests that trade is a strong force multiplier for carbon policies. Yeah, this is important. So I'm not trying to convince you that trade is always good for the environment. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make the point that international trade is a strong force multiplier for carbon policy. So we need to pursue climate policy and trade policy jointly. One thing that we also find that's interesting is that increases in carbon tax rates actually leave the volume of world trade relative to world gross production. So it's not exactly the trade to GDP ratio, but also another measure of trade openness leaves this relatively unchanged, which also makes the point that international trade is part of the, which makes the point that there will be international trade no matter how ambitious climate policies become. So I'm not going to give you much detail here on the model. If you're a trade economist, we have some in the room. You might want to know that it's an Armington model. It's basically, you can take any standard quantitative trade model and you'll get it. We have input-output linkages. Maybe the one thing to make clear is that this is a static model in the sense also, in the important sense that we take emissions intensities as given. So the carbon tax is not going to lead to green innovation or anything of that sort. And again, it's not because we don't think that's important, but it's because we want to focus on the static environmental gains from trade, trying to understand what we can achieve with existing technologies. That's not to say that there may also be dynamic gains from trade that you might want to look at. And this carbon tax in the baseline here is imposed on all goods and services. We model it as a consumption tax, but because it's imposed on everything, it doesn't really make a difference. So the data here, I'll also be quick. The main thing for you to know is that this is comprehensive. So we do look at the entire world economy. We do look also at greenhouse gas emissions beyond just CO2, covering 93% of world trade. Perhaps one thing to point out, the data is for 2018, so it's not the latest data, but this is just the latest data that's available. So the results, take them more as a proof of concept, rather than this is actually what's going to happen today if we impose a carbon tax today, because of course emissions intensities, for example, have changed quite substantially over time. So instead of going through the data in detail, let me just be transparent about two data limitations that we face. So the first limitation is that we can only calculate emissions intensities based on trade values. So meaning that emissions intensities here are calculated in per dollar terms. And this is simply because we don't have any price indices at that level of disaggregation. And what this means is that in our counterfactuals, so if you impose a carbon tax, of course, quantities change, but prices change too. And because we are going to keep emissions intensities constant in nominal terms, these price changes are also going to affect emissions, even though, also going to affect emissions in the model. Even though, of course, in reality, you would think that, just because something becomes more expensive, it doesn't increase the emissions. So this is one issue that we have to deal with. The second issue that we have to deal with is that we cannot differentiate emissions intensities by destination. Again, it's a data limitation. So for example, if you look at a ton of German steel, in our model, it has the same emissions intensity in France as it has in the US. Now, very important, it doesn't mean that it has the same emissions. Yeah, so we do take transport emissions into account. It just has the same emissions intensity. And this, whether this is important or not is going to depend on how different the emissions intensity of production is from the emissions intensity of the transportation sector, for example, because exported goods, you would think, are more transportation intensive. So, those are the two limitations we have to work with, but there's not that much we can do about it. So let me start with the aggregate effects. So what you see here on the left-hand side, or left-hand panel of the diagram, is you see on the horizontal axis the carbon tax, and where the dashed line is, that's the $100, that is our benchmark. And on the vertical axis, you see the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And unsurprisingly, you see that the higher the carbon tax, the lower are going to be the greenhouse gas emissions. So for a $100 tax here, greenhouse gas emissions in our model would go down by 28%. And just to remind you of the model logic, it's a model with fixed technologies. So you can't go to net zero in this model unless you die, right? Because only if output is zero will emissions be zero in this model. On the right-hand panel, you see the share of output that's traded as a function of the carbon tax. And here, what you see is it's relatively flat. And this is the main point, or this is the point I was making before, that even if you have extremely high carbon taxes, what the model suggests is there's still going to be international trade, which is also, just a reflection of the fact that trade is going to be part of a sustainable economy, no matter how sustainable you want this to be. So here's the main result, and let me just explain to you what we do. So it's all based on a simple decomposition of the greenhouse gas reducing effects of a carbon tax. So think about what happens if you impose a carbon tax on the world economy. Three things are going, well, the first thing that's going to happen is everything is going to become a little bit more expensive, and as a result, economic activity is going to shrink a bit. So that we call a scale effect, has nothing to do with international trade. You would also have that in a closed economy. The second thing that's going to happen is that relatively emissions-intensive goods are going to become relatively more expensive as opposed to relatively green goods. So you're going to have a reallocation of economic activity away from relatively brown sectors towards relatively green sectors. We call this a composition effect. Also has nothing to do with international trade. But once you've adjusted the scale and reallocated across sectors, what is going to happen is that within an individual sector, brown origins are going to be more expensive relative to green origins. So you're going to get some shift of economic activity away from relatively emissions-intensive countries towards relatively low emissions countries. And that is what we call green sourcing effect. And this is where the environmental gains from trade come from. So we have a decomposition that decomposes the whole effect into these three terms. And I don't know why I report it here as 40.4%. I'm not the guy who thinks, quantitative models deliver you results of that accuracy. But the main point I want to make is that the effect is large. So I want to say that more than 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions reducing effect of the carbon tax is due to these environmental gains from trade, which again makes the point that trade is an important force multiplier in the, for carbon policy, and as such, an important part of the solution in the fight against climate change. So, here just to illustrate how this works in a particular sector. So here I just picked agriculture because that's a relatively emissions-intensive sector. You could have picked any other sector. And on the left-hand side, you see the output reallocation that takes place. And on the right-hand side, you see what this does to emissions. So let's start with the left figure here. So in the middle, you see, again, with a very high degree of accuracy that I wouldn't take so seriously, but it says that 7.89%, so let's say around 8% of agricultural activity in the world is going to get relocated from one country to the other. And the green segments, these are regions that are going to gain activity, and the red segments are regions that are going to lose activity. And then on the right-hand side, you see what this does to emissions. And you see that because of this green sourcing effect, or because of this reshuffling of activity according to environmental comparative advantage, agricultural emissions are going to fall by more than 20%. And the driving force is that, of course, the regions that are going to lose agricultural activity tend to be more emissions intensive than the ones that gain activity. So then, I said we don't just look at a uniform carbon tax. That's just a benchmark. We also look at some perhaps more realistic scenarios with incomplete tax coverages. So on the left-hand side, you see what would happen if you imposed a carbon tax only on a subset of sectors, and it's in a cumulative fashion. So at the bottom is what would happen if only energy, the energy sector was subject to carbon tax. Then what if only energy and agriculture, and so on. And we've just sorted things here according to emissions intensity, but you could do any other configuration. And the first thing that's obvious, the more sectors you include, the higher is going to be the aggregate effect. That's not so interesting. But what's interesting is that even if you only impose the tax on one sector, the green bar is going to be around 1/3. So international trade is already going to be an important part of the solution. When you go to the right-hand side, though, this is where I look at different countries. And again, I've just picked. You could pick any other order here, but I said, what if you started with only the European Union, then the European Union and the United States, then the European Union, United States, and China, and so on. And there what you see, if only the EU did it, for example, trade would not be a particularly important part of the solution. And this makes total sense because it's all about international relocations. If, of course, you only correct prices in one economy and not in the other economy, you're not going to get the incentives that you need to shift activity across economies. But you see, even if it's only 3 or 4 regions that were to do this relatively quickly, international trade becomes key. So that's already it. As I said, it's a very simple point, yet a point that I think is strangely absent from the trade and climate change debate. So what do is we demonstrate that climate policy can unlock substantial environmental gains from trade by encouraging countries to specialize according to their green comparative advantage. The main finding is that the environmental gains from trade account for over 1/3 of the total reduction in greenhouse gas emissions brought about by a carbon tax. Now, the policy implication, of course, is that the multilateral trading system in particular, but international trade in general, shouldn't become the collateral damage of trade-related environmental policies. And that's, of course, a big topic at the WTO. I'm happy to talk about this more in the Q&A. One issue is that, as we already heard in Sabina's presentation, different countries impose different or have adopted different strategies to fight climate change. Some have a carbon tax, some have a regulation, some have subsidies. And even the ones that have a carbon tax do this in very different ways. So there's more than 70 different carbon pricing regimes around the world. So the key challenge for the WTO is, of course, interoperability, of these different approaches to make sure that they all come together in some cooperative in some cooperative fashion. And just to mention that we have teamed up, we have joined forces with the IMF, the World Bank, OECD, and UNCTAD to form a task force to kind of look into these issues. And we have just released at the margins of the annual meeting of the World Bank and the IMF our first report that we will also present again next week at COP29. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Ralph, for the very good presentation. You presented a very convincing case that international trade coupled with the right climate policy can actually generate substantial environmental gains. But of course, we will need to see how we can make it really happen on the ground. So I'll pass to Beata, who will be our first discussant on Ralph's paper. Beata, please.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be joining you this morning to discuss Ralph's paper. I very much agree with the central conclusion of Ralph's paper that international trade can and should be a source of solution, should be part of a solution. So in my remarks, I'm going to focus on what would it take for this vision to materialize itself. And I'm going to abstract from the slight complication to international cooperation that was introduced by the events of last Tuesday. Instead, I'm going to focus on three things. First, the need to reassure the public. Second, the need to assist firms, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises. And three, securing the access to critical raw materials. So, reassuring the public. Who is afraid of the green transition? It turns out that a lot of people are afraid of the green transition. Now, in Ralph's presentation, you saw the example of the agricultural sector where countries like Brazil and Indonesia had to reduce their output. And the numbers you saw there were fractions of a percent, but that was fraction of the global output. When you translate these numbers into cuts these countries need to make to their output, it would amount to 23% decline in agricultural production in Brazil and 13% decline in Indonesia. These are huge changes to the productive structure of the national economies, and we are talking about tens of thousands of people whose jobs are disappearing. Now, let me give you another example from our last transition report, where we looked at very local level, so 11 kilometers by 11 kilometers grid, and we asked, what is the share of employment in highly emission-intensive manufacturing? So this is even abstracting from mining, right? Where essentially firms will need to adjust, and if these firms don't adjust, then people would need to find alternative employment. And so these red dots show you localities where between 15 and 20% of employment is in those highly exposed manufacturing activities. And you see lots of red dots in the Czech Republic, in Hungary, some in Slovakia, lots in Turkey, lots of yellow dots in Poland. So local labor markets in very many countries will be very severely affected, right? People know that, and instinctively, and people, that's something that shapes their view of the world. Now, how do we know the people's view of the world? Well, at the EBRD, we have asked people. We have conducted household surveys in 37 countries. And in each country, we interviewed 1,000 households, and that's a representative sample. So it's supposed to reflect the demographics of a given country. So when you do that, what do you see? Now, I realize that it may be difficult for people in the further away rows to see the numbers. So look at colors. Green means a very large share of respondents agree with that statement. Yellow is the middle. Red means only a small minority says yes to the question. So when you ask people, is climate change real? Will climate change affect today's children? 75% of people say yes. Right? And people, you see that the second row is greener than the top row, so people tend to believe that today's generation of children will be more affected than they themselves. Overall, people seem to be quite concerned about pollution, about loss of biodiversity, about natural disasters, right? Lots of green. The picture changes when you pose a question in terms of economic trade-off. Are you willing to pay more taxes so that the government could do something to fight climate change? Should governments prioritize environment over jobs? Suddenly, you see a lot of red. A minority of people agrees with these statements, right? And if you think that our countries of operations are special, well, look, Germany is there, right? That's a comparison country that was included in our survey. And when you dig deeper into who are these disengaged, people who understand that the climate change is real, but they are unwilling to pay, you realize that these are people without university education. These are people in the bottom half of earning distribution. So these are people for whom this transition period, the period of employment adjustment, will be more difficult. Now moving on to firms. Sabine, in her opening remarks, talked about the havoc, the shift into electric vehicles brought about in the car industry, in the automotive industry, right? And in the automotive industry, we are talking about large multinational firms. These are large firms with deep pockets that have been around for a very long time. What about SMEs, right? For them, adjustment is harder. So now let me show you results from an earlier transition report where we looked at whether or not firms have a green strategy. So for instance, do they have a person in the management responsible for green strategy? Do they mention any targets related to environment? Do they have any KPIs? And so on and so forth. And what you see is a big difference across countries. Latvia and Greece, firms in those two countries seem to be more advanced than, for instance, firms in Turkey. Right? I mean, this is a picture from about 5-6 years ago. But there are also huge differences within countries. So when you look within countries, you see that multinationals, so foreign-owned firms, tend to have green management. They pay attention to this issue, as do exporters. But when you look at purely national firms, you see that SMEs, especially young SMEs, are actually behind the curve. So these firms will need to adjust to new reality, and as they have lower funding available, as they operate on a smaller scale, any investment that's a fixed cost, it's much more problematic for them. Finally, let me move on to the third issue, securing access for critical raw materials. Are we heading into a storm? How do we avoid entering a storm? I'm sure all of you know that producing an electric car is much more intensive in minerals than producing a combustion engine car. Graphite is the gray part of the bar. Now, when it comes to offshore wind, it's also very mineral and critical raw material intensive, and there's this little purple part. These are rare earth elements. Now, what do graphite and rare earths have in common is the fact that 2/3 of production takes place in China. Now, graphite was in the news a lot last year, together with germanium and gallium, because China introduced restrictions on exports in response to the US CHIPS Act. And notice that germanium and gallium, these are critical raw materials where China controls more than 90% of production. And we already see in global markets this bifurcation of price of gallium. It's much more expensive abroad than in China, and this difference increased since the time of export restrictions. Now, this is an issue. If the world were to break into blocks, and these blocks chose to trade less with each other, the distribution not only of production but also of known reserves is quite uneven. So this is an exercise we did in our transition report where we looked at what's the share of known reserves that is located in countries belonging to the Western Bloc, blocks being defined based on similarity at the UN Assembly voting. And what you see is that when it comes to graphite, the Western Bloc controls only about a third of resources. When it comes to rare earth, it's about a tenth. And what's very disconcerting is the fact that over the last few years, we've seen an increase in export restrictions, for instance, on graphite as well as on rare earth. So where does it all leave us? International trade can and should be part of the solution, but getting there will not be easy. It will not be easy because, sadly, the world is on a path to fragmentation. And this fragmentation will not only have implications for economic growth, it will also have implications for green transition. It's not only the fact that we will not take advantage of the green comparative advantage Ralph mentioned, but also we may get cut off from critical raw materials because introducing an export restriction can be done at the stroke of a pen, while opening a new mine takes on average 16 years. Finally, we need to do more to reassure the public and to build public support. There is a green future with lots of green jobs, which we have promised to the public. But between this green future and today, there is the adjustment period. There is the transition period. And we need to assure the public that people who need assistance will be taken care of. Because if we don't, we will see what will happen with we will see similar thing at what we saw with the backlash against globalization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beata. What you said actually resonates a lot with me because it's really about the transition, the impact on SMEs, labor, or even EMEs. And if our climate actions are not inclusive enough, and if the public is not educated enough to accept this, there's got to be pushbacks. It will not really go very far. So it does resonate with me a lot. So let me invite Tim, who will talk a bit about international trade in clean energy industries. Tim, please.
Well, thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to join you today. And thanks very much to Ralph and Beata for the excellent framing of this topic. And I'm going to develop some of those ideas with reference to some work that we published very recently in our new Energy Technology Perspectives, which looks at 6 very important clean energy technologies, where they're produced, where they might be produced in future, and what are the implications for trade. Those 6: solar PV, wind, electric cars, batteries, electrolyzers for hydrogen production, and heat pumps. And now I guess the normal currency for the International Energy Agency when we give these presentations is to talk about kilowatt hours or cubic meters of gas or barrels of oil, but we're increasingly referring also to currency units, investment, financial flows as a key enabler of transitions. And here this reflects the priority, the concerns that many countries have amongst our member countries, but also partner countries with whom we work, about the resilience and diversity of clean energy supply chains, because that market for those 6 technologies that I mentioned is growing quite rapidly. This is no longer a niche market. It's becoming a very substantial part of the energy economy and the broader global economy. And this is not just driven now by climate change. This is driven by all the things that we heard about. It's driven by jobs. It's driven by industrial opportunities. When you look at who is taking that market up until now, China by far and away the main market. Well over half of global market value comes from sales in China. And the reasons we should all be aware of, when you look at renewables deployment last year, more than half of the renewables deployed in the world were deployed in China. When you look at the sales numbers for recent months for electric cars, half of the cars sold in China are now electric cars. And more than half of the models that are on sale in China are competitive on an upfront cost basis with the corresponding internal combustion engine model. That is not a stage that we've yet reached here in Europe or in the United States. And in our view, if you look at the way that these markets for these technologies could evolve between now and 2035, that becomes a very substantial then economic opportunity, around $2 trillion. For reference, that's roughly the size of the global crude oil market in recent years, although crude oil is a much more profitable business to be in, typically. Let's look at where the manufacturing has been taking place. Lots of investment going into manufacturing facilities, more than $235 billion worth last year alone, and that was a 50% increase on the year before. For solar PV and its components, we're counting around 700 manufacturing facilities worldwide. For wind, nearly 500 factories operating worldwide in different parts of the wind manufacturing value chain. And there's about 1,600 factories building electric vehicles and batteries. But what you immediately see from the screen is that we have a very high degree of geographical concentration. And it's really all about China. China accounts for around 70% of global manufacturing output value. And if you look upstream at some of the components, wafers for solar PV modules, cathodes and anodes for batteries, the share of Chinese manufacturing is even higher, up to 97% in the case of wafers. And that outsized role of China in clean technology manufacturing, one example, there's a factory under construction in Shaanxi province in China that could on its own supply enough for all of the solar PV deployed in the European Union. That gives you a sense of the scale, but it also gives you a sense of some of the risks. Because even if you put aside for one moment the possibility of geopolitical tensions, a simple industrial accident or extreme weather event could have quite a disruptive impact on the flows of trade around the world. But with this sort of very concentrated picture for supply, a much more dispersed picture for deployment, it's immediately clear that trade is a big part of today's picture for clean energy technologies. And most of that trade is from China and from Chinese-owned manufacturing facilities in Southeast Asia towards Europe. The value of trade in clean technologies today is around $200 billion, and most of that is in EVs, batteries, and solar PV. That's a relatively small share of the total goods trade internationally. You can see fossil fuels make up a significantly larger share, around 10%. And if you look at it by mass, then that share for fossil fuels is even larger. So for this analysis that we released recently, we looked at how that clean technology manufacturing and trade picture might evolve over the next decade and a bit, looking at underlying costs, as well as shipping costs, tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and also the industrial policies that are being put in place in many parts of the world, to the extent that they can be modeled in the sort of exercise that we have. So the rather aspirational numbers that you have in the Net Zero Industry Act or the Critical Raw Materials Act in the EU, to the extent they're not backed up yet by specific measures that would lead to their achievement, we haven't included those for the moment in the analysis that I'm presenting. And what we find is that the value of trade in clean technologies is set to triple between now and 2035, up to about 600 billion. This value could be even higher, of course, if we were to get on track for the Paris Agreement and expand clean energy deployment that much more quickly. And what we also find is that the value of fossil fuel trade would decline by around 10%. It's very important to have in mind that as we shift in the energy sector from moving fossil fuels around the world to moving clean energy technologies around the world, that leads to a very important paradigm shift, because in a way those clean technologies that are then installed, they continue to operate for decades, but they don't need those recurring fuel imports or fuel transfers. And so if you have one large container shipment of solar PV modules, the electricity that you generate from that is the equivalent of 50 large LNG carriers, or around 100 large coal carriers. So you can immediately see that as you move to that sort of CapEx world where you're installing clean technologies, you are having a disproportionately large impact on the overall need for shipping in relation to the energy sector. Wanted to look at some of the outcomes for the world's largest economies. China is the largest importer of fossil fuels today. European Union still imports a considerable amount of fossil fuel energy. US a net exporter. What do today's policy settings mean for energy, but also trade-related measures and industrial strategies? China, outsized role at the moment in clean technology manufacturing, rising exports up to about 340 billion by 2035. European Union remains a net importer for both fossil fuels and clean technologies under today's policy settings, but the balance shifts significantly more towards the clean tech side. And then when we look at the United States, if I can go back, boost to domestic manufacturing from the Inflation Reduction Act and other acts, but there are some existing preferential trade agreements like the arrangements with Mexico and Canada that still provide strong reasons for the US to continue to import. But that's only part of the picture. What we are already observing today is that relatively cheap, often Chinese-made clean technologies are appearing at scale in a sense, other parts of the energy system. If you look this year at the import numbers for solar PV modules in Pakistan, they've imported around 13 gigawatts worth of solar PV modules. The data are not great, but let's work with the data we have. That is a huge number for a system that's around 50 gigawatts worth of capacity. Countries that particularly those that are experiencing difficulties with, in a sense, more conventional supply, are starting to import quite significant volumes of very cost competitive, often Chinese-made clean technology. And the same you could say also for those relatively cost competitive EVs. Then if you look at emerging developing economies outside China, imports of or sales of EVs went up by 100% in the first 6 months of this year compared with the first 6 months of 2023. You're starting to come across Chinese-made EVs in all sorts of relatively unexpected corners of the world. Recently in Baku, I didn't expect to have conversations there with people about the attractiveness of EVs, but nonetheless, that's what happened. Future development of global trade in clean technology is closely linked to underlying competitiveness, but also the implementation of those industrial strategies, which I'm sure we'll come back to. And the way we see those factors playing out at the moment can be illustrated by two prominent examples: solar PV and batteries. China today, by far and away the largest producer of solar PV modules and battery cells, significant cost advantages. Compared with China, it costs up to 40% more on average to produce solar PV modules, wind turbines and battery technologies in the US, up to 45% more in the European Union, and up to 25% more in India. And under those circumstances, you would expect China to continue to dominate, and it does remain the largest player. But because of those other measures that are in place that come with costs, of course, you do get a slightly more diversified picture emerging. The Inflation Reduction Act, for example, puts in place sufficiently robust measures that it is possible, or is cheaper for companies to produce solar PV modules and battery cells in the United States than to import. And as a result, you get a slight lessening of the Chinese share in these global value chains. And if you were to get a more rapid pace of transition, and you were to see some of those more aspirational targets, as in Europe, achieved in full, you would get an even more diversified picture. But this illustrates, I think, well, the trade-offs that we are facing between, in a sense, the scale and speed and cost effectiveness of the transition on the one hand, and, shall we say, the political viability of transitions when policymakers are very focused on jobs, local value additions, and so on. What about other emerging developing economies? There are very few clean technology manufacturing facilities in operation in Latin America, Africa, or Southeast Asia. These countries account for less than 5% of the value generated from clean technology manufacturing today, and we don't see that many projects under development in those regions either. So for the moment, the role of emerging developing economies in clean technology supply chains is often limited to the supply of raw materials, as you're seeing on the screens, copper from Latin America, often processed in China, as Beata made clear. So they're only in the very initial step of those supply chains. And when we talk about inclusive energy transitions, when we talk about benefits being shared widely, I think we have to be also very conscious of the fact there is a very significant possibility, a very significant risk that countries that are absolutely crucial to the future of the planet, they will see rising energy demand, and it's very important that that demand is met in a sustainable way. There is a distinct possibility that those countries may find themselves shut out of the clean energy economy. So with that, I'll leave it there. Look forward to any comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. And before I open the floor for questions, let me just ask Ralph whether you have some quick response to the discussions of the two discussants.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you very much, Beata and Tim. I think these were really, really great discussions, making complementary points that are very valuable. Just a few reactions. So, Beata, of course, you emphasized the importance of making the green transition inclusive and to also manage the adjustment frictions, the adjustment costs. I very much agree. Change is scary, but climate change is scary too. So I think our job as economists is to make it, both as cheap as possible, but also as inclusive as possible. And, my personal view is that the whole climate change debate is dominated a little bit too much by scientists. And I think we economists need to step up a little bit also, because if we don't make it affordable it's not going to happen. And I think we have a lot to say about how to make it affordable. Just two thoughts, related thoughts on that. So the point that I was making about green comparative advantage, I think what's nice about it is that it's about comparative advantage. So it's not pitting brown countries against green countries. It says you can all be part of the solution, no matter how emissions intensive you are. And your part of the solution is to specialize in what you're relatively green at, even if in absolute terms that's brown. And that was maybe a bit confusing also in my presentation, because I talk about this green sourcing effect. But that's really, if you were to think about a trade model, that's really absolute advantage. What I'm talking about really is comparative advantage. And then the other point I wanted to make related to your discussion is that I think this environmental comparative advantage is also a great opportunity for developing countries, because my simulations were all based on current technology. But if you think about the future, many developing countries are located in areas with abundant wind, abundant sun, basically lots of opportunities to generate green energy. So you could imagine that they will acquire an environmental comparative advantage in energy-intensive industries, which, by the way, would also address this concern about the tradability of renewable energies that you talked about. Europeans are always thinking about building all these power lines from Africa to Europe and wondering about, how are we going to transport green energy? Well, as a trade economist, you would say, well, one way to transport it is embodied in the goods. So you just make the energy-intensive goods where the energy is green, and then you ship the goods rather than the energy. And then, Tim, on your point, I think it's very important, and that's of course another channel through which trade can be part of the solution through the trading of green technology. We've also emphasized this in a World Trade Report that we had a couple of years ago on trade and climate change. And of course, everyone talks about China dominating these this industry. I just came back from China, actually literally yesterday night. I landed yesterday night, so I was just in China for a few days. And it is, you talked about the scale. It is incredible. I saw some of these factories, and it's really incredible. And of course, the fact that they can make it so well and the fact that they can make it so cheaply is very good news for the climate. That solar panels are now so cheap. We have to recognize that. And that's what we've all been asking for in a way. But of course, it's not so easy for some economies that are producing some of these green technologies also. And they drove me around in a Chinese electric vehicle of a brand I'd never heard of. And I have to tell you, it was really good. So I do think producers from other countries are facing some challenges there, because I think we just have to get used to the fact that they no longer just make cheap goods, but they also make goods at the technological frontier. Just a couple of experiences I had last week just to share with you. So I visited the Tesla Gigafactory in Shanghai, and one fun fact was that I didn't know about is that about 50% of Tesla's output per unit, worldwide output, is made in China. Now think about that. So a lot of these Chinese electric vehicles that you get in Europe, it's actually Teslas made in Shanghai. So think about that. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is that, and this is a bit of a broader point, but 10 years ago, 20 years ago, policymakers kept complaining how China is everything's so brown and pollution in the big cities, and what are we going to do about it? And now they got their act together, and now we're complaining that they're too green. So I think we have to, I think you have to also, and maybe one last point. One thing I learned is 20 years ago, 1 in 3 vehicles sold in China was a Volkswagen. So now maybe some Chinese vehicles are sold here also.
Thank you, Ralph. We've got about 15 minutes left, so I'll just open for questions. Benoit, and I'll collect a few before I hand back to the panel. Benoit first, and then this gentleman next.
Yes, thank you. Fascinating presentations. Actually, I have two questions. One is for Eddie, because indeed we see a lot of electric vehicles in China. I was very impressed when I was there. And you can see them because they have green plates and so on and so forth. But they still run on electricity which is produced through factories that produce electricity from coal. And I understand that infrastructure for carbon markets have been put in place, but the price of carbon is still at around 10, if I understand correctly, in China. And if it would move north of $25 per ton, then it would no longer be viable to produce electricity through coal. So when do you expect that this would be happening in China, if you can predict this part of the future? And the other question is both for Ralph and Tim. It seems that in spite of lack of carbon tax globally or carbon price, we see transformation, so it's moving on. But it reflects a cost advantage of producing electricity through solar panels, which has declined, so much so that today it is a main source of electricity, is solar produced, as I understand. But then what would prevent oil producers to reduce the cost, the price of oil, so that oil would remain competitive as a source of primary energy? And how much of this is factored in your future prediction, in particular in your presentation, Tim? Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman here.
Hi, I'm Elias Alvagli from the Central Bank of Chile. So first, let me say I love this format. I think it works great. Very complimentary presentations. So congratulations to the organizers for that. Two quick questions or comments. First, I really found the point that you made, Beata, about this divergence between being sort of vaguely aware that there's something wrong and people are worried, but the willingness to act on that worry, there's a big gap there. My hunch is that this has to do with the vaguely aware part, right? People are not like specifically aware of what's going to happen if we don't act. So I think this is a more general point about communication. I mean, I see, for example, the role that the NGFS plays is crucial. It's an invaluable source of information for policymakers, for our institutions. But I'm not sure what's the role of our institutions in communicating this problem to the public. In a nutshell, what's the IPCC summary for policymakers, but for the public? I don't think there's something like that. And this might be part of the problem. So this is, I guess, a general question for you, or you know, Hyun or Agustin or anybody who wants to take it. But I think this is a big issue that's kind of a big elephant in the room. And very, very quick for Ralph. So if I understood correctly, you're putting a carbon tax across the world, and countries specialize on their comparative green comparative advantages. This brings two sources of gains. One is just the reallocation of production in countries, but then also this gets magnified through trade, right? So you have these two, like the green and the yellow sort of, and they kind of contribute roughly the same. And this made me remember the Nobel acceptance speech of William Nordhaus, that he says, it would be great to have these taxes. It's very unlikely that we'll have them, but still, there's a big role for trade policy in this. So my question for you is, what happens to your model if the only thing that we have is sort of a carbon-based, cross-border tariff? So it's not that countries put this locally, but if they want to export something, they have to pay for it. So that would be like a second best solution for this. I wonder how big their gains will be in that case. Thanks.
Thank you. I got time for just one or two more questions, and then I'll ask the panel to respond. Over there.
Yes, perhaps if I have the mic already, sorry.
Yes, the mic.
It's Philippe Lyonnais from the Federal Department of Finance. I would like to underline what the gentleman just said. I think the format is extremely insightful. I was a bit surprised to hear the word tariff for the first time now, after the events of this week. So I just wonder what your take is on that, because we're operating in a very distorted market, you could say. I mean, Ralph, also you took the example of agriculture. I mean, there it is obviously very strongly the case that we have very high tariff barriers. And also there might be something like the gentleman mentioned, second best solution, like the carbon border adjustment mechanism that the EU is planning. So what would you say about the role of tariffs with regard to green comparative advantage? And what trends do you see right now in that direction? Thanks.
And the last question, the gentleman before you.
Hi. A question to Ralph. Your model would be very easy to incorporate tariffs. And I wonder whether you have considered different constellations of tariffs. I mean, it's probably going to be more regionally concentrated on maybe other regions, and to what extent this would sort of undo the effect of green trade. Because judging from your results that you have, if you just have carbon taxes in some parts of the world, you would also get a large part of the benefits. It may not undo it. And then a comment, I think we need to support people and make them obviously conscious about climate change and the costs of it. But supporting people means people want jobs. It would not mean what economists think, that we need to give them payment benefits so they don't starve. People want jobs where they can go, they feel that they have actually earned something, they've got self-esteem. And I don't know whether somebody has thoughts about how to do that.
Well, I think we'll have to stop at the questions there. Before I hand back to the panel, just a quick response to Benoit. The simple answer is that I don't know about China. But for Hong Kong, we have already transitioned fully away from coal. And the energy transition is actually ahead of target. China, if you look at the docs that Tim presented there, let's hope that with all the investments into clean energy, that they can get ahead of their own net zero target of 2060. Then the carbon peak is 2030, and I think that's still on target. So let me hand back first to Ralph, and then I'll let the discussants address the questions that are relevant to them.
Yeah, thank you. I was surprised also that the tariff question didn't come up, and I'm glad I don't have to comment on the current events necessarily in that space. But so maybe just a couple of remarks on CBAM or border carbon adjustments more generally. So when countries impose these border carbon adjustments, it's obviously to undo carbon leakage. And the first broad point I wanted to make is that this environmental comparative advantage is basically like anti-carbon leakage. I have to find a good term for it, but it's kind of the opposite of carbon leakage. You know, rather than losing activity to energy-intensive countries, you're attracting activity to green countries. So to some extent, we have actually incorporated into the model, because the way we've set this up is that these tariffs are consumption-based. So by construction, they have a CBAM built in. It doesn't really matter in the uniform case, of course, because then everything's taxed anyways. But the figures I showed you, if only the EU does something, if only 2 countries do something, that's always with the border carbon adjustment in place. And I mean, it undoes some of the carbon leakage, but it doesn't really help that much. It would be really interesting to have tariffs in the model. Of course, I mean, it's exactly what you conjecture, that less trade would also mean less environmental gains from trade. And in some sense, that's the whole point of the paper, right? To try to convince people that you need to protect international trade if you want to make the green transition affordable. Maybe just one broader point on border carbon adjustments, given that this came up a couple of times. So I think you can have and this is just reporting from what I see in Geneva, you can have an economic discussion of border carbon adjustments, whether they make sense, and whether they are in line with whether the way they are designed is right or wrong, and so on. But and that's an important discussion that one should have. But I think one thing that we see in Geneva is that there's also a very important kind of fairness dimension to it, and is simply how it is perceived. So I'm not, commenting on whether that's an accurate perception or not. But the fact is that for many countries in the global south, this is just perceived as either green protectionism or as now we have to pay for a problem that you caused. And the political costs of this, that's my assessment, are quite large. So just to flag that I think this is a dimension one also has to take into account. And another dimension one has to take into account that I hear about a lot is the implementation issue. So again, how do you design the carbon border adjustment in theory is one question, but then how do you implement it? What are the reporting requirements and so on? Many economies in the global south, SMEs in particular, are worried about simply the bureaucratic burden this imposes above and beyond the kind of principle of having this tax.
Thank you. Beata?
Vaguely aware is a great term, right? So in our survey, only a quarter of people are skeptical, so they are living in denial climate change is not happening. The others are vaguely aware, meaning they know they will be affected, but when they think about green transition, they think, the world of carbon taxes versus status quo, right? And that's, I think, what we need to communicate is that status quo is no longer a baseline. And it's very difficult to do that for politicians because you either will be viewed as trying to terrify people, talking about natural disasters, or you will be forced to talk about inconvenient things such as employment shifts, right? So therefore, actually, independent institutions should be the ones doing more on the communications front, right? Simply because you can't expect politicians to deliver there. On people wanting jobs. In international trade, right, we've always been saying protect people, not jobs, right? So help people get another job because people don't actually want jobs, they want careers, right? So it's about lifelong learning. The hard truth is that there is no silver bullet here, right? And that it's just no easy solution there. Let me react also to something Ralph said, right? Ralph rightly said that we are not very good at transporting energy far away, but we could shift our industry to where green energy is. But, let's ask ourselves, are we willing to let manufacturing go? And if you listen to what's happening in political discourse in advanced economies, it's the opposite, right? It's about reindustrialization. And we seem to be wanting, if you just take the example of electric vehicles and Europe, impossible trinity, right? So we want fast green transition, so we don't want combustion engine cars, but we don't want imports of electric cars, and we don't want to subsidize buyers of electric cars, right? So, these three objectives are not compatible with each other. Thank you.
Very well said. Tim, you have the last word.
Well, that's very kind. I wanted to take up the question on China, because China is indeed, the electricity generation mix remains carbon intensive, high share of coal. That coal use for power has not yet come down, despite the rise of renewables. And one of the reasons for that is because China is electrifying very rapidly. It has a higher share of electricity in final energy consumption than most other economies. Japan is a notable exception. And one of the reasons for that is that you have all of these light industrial sectors that are growing quickly and that tend to be electricity intensive, but also you've got the electrification of end users like transportation, which pushes up an electricity demand and has, for the moment, has kept coal use quite high. But the rate at which China is deploying renewables, solar in particular, inevitably will start to eat into that coal share, in our view. So we have a few more years of relatively high coal use in power in China, and then it starts to tail off quite significantly. And indeed, that's one of the reasons why at least the carbon peaking by 2030 goal is achieved in China. On solar more broadly, it's in most countries the cheapest form of new generation, even when you include sort of integration costs and grid reinforcement and so on, or storage. But for the moment, it's not yet a very substantial share of the global electricity mix. I mean, we're still around sort of 5-6%. So there's potential for huge growth, but we're not yet seeing it take those incredibly large shares. And then on the oil producer point, so indeed, that is part of the discussion around the producer response to energy transitions. But I think a more salient point for the moment is that the major oil producers are facing a bit of a dilemma, because oil demand growth has slowed quite substantially this year. And one of the reasons for that is because that China has been the engine of oil demand growth worldwide for the last at least 10 years. But China has come off very dramatically, in part because of some of the changes that we're talking about. And that's now led to quite a substantial surplus in the market. So there is downward pressure on oil prices already. And the constraint on oil producers, their production costs are generally quite low in the OPEC plus countries. But they have what you might call a high social oil price, in the sense the oil price that they need to fund all the things that oil revenue funds within their society. So it's not simple for most oil producers to countenance a much lower oil price than the one that you have today. And a final point is that something similar, in our view, is going to happen, not immediately, but towards the back end of this decade in natural gas markets. They've been very tight. We've all been worried about high and volatile prices for natural gas, but there's a lot of new liquefied natural gas coming to market from the United States, from Qatar, and in our view, that will also exert some downward pressure on natural gas prices. So we have a new market context for the next phase, shall we say, in energy transitions.
Thank you very much, Tim. And our time is up, unfortunately, because I still saw many hands going up. And it's been a great discussion, so I will invite you to join me to give a big hand to our three panelists. Thank you very much. It's a good discussion.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentations, the probing questions, and the lively debates. So you have appropriately warmed us up for the rest of the day. So now let's take a break, and feel free to continue the conversation outside over coffee. And we will resume at 12:05 p.m. Central European Time with a panel discussion with corporate executives from different industries, including industries that are quite crucial to the global effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So I strongly recommend that you come back on time for that. Thank you. back, everyone. In this session, we will take a look at how corporations in key industries approach the formidable task of transition planning. And in so doing, we hope to gain a better understanding of how corporate transition efforts may impact real economic activities, price dynamics, and capital flows, and so on. We are very fortunate today to have with us a panel of corporate executives who are very well placed to shed some light on this topic. So without further ado, let me invite Pierre Wunsch, Governor of the National Bank of Belgium, to chair this very special panel discussion.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. You hear me? Micro is working? Okay, great. So today, indeed, to discuss, to have some insights from firms, we have 4 distinguished guests, 2 online and 2 on stage. So we have Dr. Josu Ron Imaz, CEO of Repsol, Madame Anne Riguel, CEO de Air France, Monsieur André Hoffman, Vice-Chairman de Roche, and Mr. Ki-Yoon Kim, Executive VP of Korea Zinc. So we really have representatives of the dirty stuff, the cleaner stuff, and the likes. And I think it's going to be a very interesting panel. So what we are going to discuss is really your efforts in going about this transition. So first round of question on that one. Then maybe more like the cost and the price. Are you able to pass through the cost of the transition to your customers? And do you have maybe solutions that are cost effective? And then we will move to more policy-oriented issues, but also maybe implications of policy for location of investment. And we might drop the name that has not been named today, which is the impact of Trump having been elected president of the US. Maybe just before we go about the first round of questions, one remark I wanted to make. I think the first panel was great, so it's setting the bar very high for this one. There is a lot of concern about getting the public on board or keeping the public on board, and rightly so. We have had the yellow vest in France, and of course we've had elections in Europe and in other places. And we see that the momentum from a political perspective on the green transition is going down. And then we tend to be quite optimistic on the technology front, and I'm one of those that is very optimistic because we see mainly good news on the technology front. But I would just want to make this distinction on the technology front. The good news we are getting on that front to a large extent apply to households more than to firms. I mean, there is of course some overlap. But if you look at the needs for households, you know, mobility, EVs, warming their homes, heat pumps, having access to relatively cheap and abundant electricity, renewables. So that part, we already more or less know how to do it, and we are quite optimistic that within 10, 15, 20 years, we can even do it at a price which is probably competitive with fossil fuels, just because heat pumps and EVs are so much more efficient and compensate for higher electricity prices. But in industry, the news have not been so good. So in the EU, I guess also in Korea, there was a lot of hope being put in green hydrogen. The green hydrogen bubble has burst. Now we understand it's going to take time and it's quite expensive. And carbon capture is the technology of the future, and the question is it going to remain the technology of the future? So in the hard-to-abate sectors, and of course around the table we might have people, you know, having to deal with that. In the hard-to-abate sectors, the news have not been so good more recently. So we might have to rebalance the concern about households, they vote, and pay a bit more attention to companies, because the hard part is actually at that level, probably more so than at the level of households. So that was, say, what I wanted to say in terms of introduction. The idea is to start with the first round of discussion and just go through the panel on basically the transition efforts that you are doing in your 4 companies, and the motivation behind the efforts, whether it's really, you know, coming from corporate responsibility, because of regulation, because of a combination of that, because of pressure from customers. And I guess it might be different from your different industries. So maybe we can start with those that are offline so that we don't forget them. Anne, may I ask you to start? What are you making in terms of effort for the transition, and what is the motivation?
Okay, thank you. So maybe first to put things into perspective, let me give you some numbers. Between 2005 and 2019, the whole airline sector grew their emissions by 42% in absolute value to reach around 1 gigaton per year of CO2. So we all know it's not sustainable. For Air France Group, because our growth was really more moderate, over the same period, we decreased our absolute emission by 6%. So the trend is in the good direction, but we need really to strongly accelerate and to double, in fact, the rhythm. Our ambition by 2030 is to reduce our CO2 emission by 30% compared to 2019 per passenger kilometer. And it's excluding offsets. And as you said, we are one of the hard to abate sector. So there are 4 levels that we are accelerating. The first one is a fleet renewal. So at the moment, we put more than 1 billion per year in new generation aircraft, because each new gen aircraft emits 20 to 25% CO2 less compared to the old aircraft they replace. And by the way, also a lot less noise. We go to maximum speed. We are at 36% of new gen aircraft in our fleet today. We aim to be at 70% in 2030. And this level alone is half of our effort to reach our 2030 ambition. Then comes operational measures, some trajectories optimization, some when you are on the ground, you taxi on only one engine. So a lot of operational measures that we push to the maximum, but it will reach 4 to 5% of the decrease. So it's important, but it's not a game changer. And then intermodality, more and more customers choose to take train on short distances. So we offer a train plus air or air plus train offer. And we see a change in the demand, and we cooperate strongly with our national railways, but also abroad on international markets. And the last lever, and probably the most important for us, is the more sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF. Probably you know that over their life cycle, they are able to reduce 80% of the CO2 emission compared to fossil fuel. And it's a long-term solution. It's not a transitory one. And it's the only solution to really decarbonize, to fully decarbonize the long-haul transportation, the long-haul flights. And for airlines like Air France, the long-haul represents 80% of our scope 1, of our emissions. So what is key, and it's not very well known by the public opinion, is that EU regulation puts very strict sustainability criteria on the SAF. So no competition at all with the food chains and no deforestation. And we even go further, because when we buy SAF outside of the EU, we also apply those very strict criteria. So it's important to know this. In the last 2 years, we were the #1 consumer of SAF worldwide. We bought 70% of the SAF worldwide when we are only 3% of the whole fuel consumption. So it shows that we really want to be a front runner, but we have a long way to go, because we are only at the moment at 1% usage of SAF, when we need to be, and we aim to be at 10% in 2030 to be on the right path. So production needs to scale up very fast, and we count on, of course, energy supplier, maybe like Repsol and the others, to provide sufficient SAF, but also at affordable cost, because today the sustainable aviation fuel costs more than 3 to 5% more than fossil fuel. So, of course, the economic issue is a real one.
Thank you for that. We will come back to SAF and the cost and maybe the other technologies. Kiyune?
Yes. May I continue? First of all, thank you very much for this invitation. And let me start with Korea Zinc. So basic information of our company. Korea Zinc, established in 1974. We celebrated the 50th anniversary this August. And Korea Zinc is the global #1 non-ferrous metal company producing zinc, lead, copper, and precious metals including gold and silver. And also for the rare metals, cadmium, bismuth, indium, tantalum, antimony, and etc. What I want to tell you is that Korea Zinc, since the the first quarter, consecutively in 1999, the quarters, we are in surplus. And we already announced to reach renewable energy 100% by 2050 in 2021. Korea Zinc, we are the traditional non-ferrous metal company, and we consume a lot of electricity and also for the energy in our process. So what we understand from our own business to get the 2050, the carbon zero era, what we should do. In our Australian subsidiary, Sun Metal Corporation, we we constructed 124 megawatt solar panels, solar farms in 2018, and realized that 25% our electricity needs can be met by our solar farm. That means renewable energy 25%. So considering the Korea's natural endowment of renewable energy, we realized that the opportunity exists in Australia for renewable energy. So what we made in our plant is we will construct 9 gigawatt capacity of renewable energy, mostly in Australia for the wind farms. And we will transform the renewable energy into green hydrogen and maybe transform to green ammonia, and we'll import it by 2050, and we'll reach renewable energy 100% in 2050. So what we can tell you is that we see the challenge of climate change and also for the carbon zero era by 2050 as an opportunity in our business. And we accumulated a lot of non-ferrous metal technology, and that is the source of our second new growth engine of the secondary battery materials. So now we are constructing the nickel sulfate, the smelting facility in Korea, which is the largest one outside of China, that can contribute to the establishment of the non-Chinese supply chain of critical minerals for secondary battery materials. And also in doing so, we have the precursor company, and also we are producing the copper foil in our secondary battery business. And in addition to that, we invest a lot in the US for the recycling business. Now we have 4 facilities in Nevada, Texas, Georgia, and Chicago to facilitate the e-waste into the black mass. That will make our contribution in 10 years to make the black mass out of the end of life, the batteries from the electric cars. So what I want to tell you is that we call it, based on our traditional non-ferrous metal industry technology and know-how, we expand our new growth engine. We call it Troika Drive in Australia mostly for the renewable energy and green hydrogen, in Korea for the secondary battery materials, and the US for the recycling and also for the circular economy at once. So that is some of our combination of our what we see the opportunities in the face of the climate change from our challenges to the new business opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Can I push you a little bit on green hydrogen? Because a few weeks ago, a colleague of mine came with a Korean paper by Korean academics that was very pessimistic on the cost of green hydrogen. Can you give us a feeling on which share of your energy needs would come from green hydrogen?
That's where in our expectation is that by 2050, we'll transform all our needs from green hydrogen. However, in between, as you mentioned, that currently it's not the cost effective now. However, considering in the beginning of the renewable energy for the solar voltaics, we had the government made some subsidy to make the parity even, something like that. So what I want to tell you is that for the green hydrogen, it's in the beginning stage. However, if we make some kind of the scale of what do you call economy with the enough investment like in Australia, I think with the technology progress and also for the upfront the government subsidy, we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Josu, you are going to produce sustainable aviation fuel. You already do. Are there limits to what can be produced in terms of availability of biomass, or?
I mean, first of all, thank you for having me here. Let me say that we used to be an oil and gas company, and we still produce oil and gas. Very proud of doing that, producing the kerosene you used to come here today, the natural gas you used today in your rooms to heat your room at the hotel, to produce the carpet you are now on, to produce this sofa, to produce this cable. If you like, I could follow, to produce the blades of the wind power, to produce the main parts of electric vehicles, to produce the solar panels, and so on. But today we are a multi-energy company. Multi-energy means that on top of producing all that, we are producing renewable fuels, liquid fuels, renewable diesel, renewable gasoline, renewable SAF. We also produce renewable power. But let me say that we are putting our money where our mouth is. 35% of our capex is devoted to low carbon technologies. That is a quite unique case, I think, in the global oil and gas companies. Because, I mean, that is not an energy revolution. We don't need revolutions here. We need a transition. And that transition is a journey. That means that over the next decades, we have to evolve from the current system, maintaining the current system, because you are part of the problem. You need every day the products we produce. We have to maintain the system for you, because you need it. But at the same time, we have to invest to transform this system. So it's very easy, very politically correct to say, no, we only finance pure renewables, we only finance sustainable fuels, and so on. We are not only to finance the rest. But what you are doing, promoting these kind of actions, is mainly making it possible to finance this transition, because we need the whole journey. I mean, and we are fully committed. We were, and I was the first CEO in the industry globally, committed in 2019 to get net zero by 2050, the first one. And talking about 2050 is very easy. But what is more important, we have a clear roadmap of transformation. I mean, we measure the carbon intensity index of a company, including the scope 3. I mean, what you emit when you use our products. And we have the target to reduce, and we are to get this target in a 15%, this carbon intensity index by 2025, 28% by 2030, 55% by 2040, and with the target of becoming net zero by 2050. And all the parameters, all the incentives of the company, including mine, are related to this parameter, because that is the key driver to transform the company. How are we doing that? I mean, in the E&P, we go on producing oil and gas. But over the last 7 years, we have reduced in 75% the CO2 and the methane we emit as scope 1 and 2 in our operations. And we are doing that more and more in a sustainable way. We are investing in transforming our refineries. We are probably one of the most competitive refiners in Europe. We have 1 million barrels of distillation capacity in Europe. We are transforming our refineries, investing in changing the feedstock of the refinery. I mean, more and more, we are using vegetable oil, recycled oil, animal fats, pyrolyzed plastics, and so on. And we are transforming the output and reducing the amount of oil that is entering our refineries. I'm going to put you an example. This year, we put in operation a plant in Cartagena, in the southeast part of Spain, a refinery that is already producing 250,000 tons a year of renewable fuels, using only wastes as feedstock. I mean, the impact on CO2 term of these 250,000 tons is equivalent to the whole reduction of the total park of EVs in Spain. There are 450,000 EVs today in Spain, combining even plug-in hybrids and so on. The amount is exactly the same. We are reducing year after year. You know what is the difference? First, we are not destroying the European industry sector, automotive sector, I mean. Secondly, this renewable diesel is going to be used in cars that not only wealthy people in our country could afford, because they can't pay for an EV, and what is more important, the industrial activity is going to go on in Spain. So that is part of the transformation of our refineries. On top of that, we are changing our client system. We are probably, in Spain and Portugal, the leading energy company in terms of clients. We have 14 million clients. And we enter in the retail power business, and we are already 2.5 million clients, and we are growing in this segment. And to produce this power, we produce our own renewable power. That means that today we already have 3.5 gigawatts in operation, 3 gigawatts more in construction. We have a pipeline of 50 gigawatts today, and we have a clear target of having 10 gigawatts in production by 2027. So we are doing that, first of all, because it's part, let me say, of our responsibility. It's part of our moral responsibility to go on producing oil. It's part of our moral responsibility to go on producing gas, because you need it, and otherwise we will have a problem. I'm going to say more. We need in the world more gas. You'll have to help to produce more gas in the world, and to eliminate all these kind of restrictions that are ideological, are not technological at all, to avoid any financing on gas production, because you are contributing to increasing the CO2 emissions in the world doing that. Because if you take 2022, 2023, the main emitter in the world has been the power production. The power production coming from coal, and it's growing, because the global south can't afford the gas they need to transform the economies, to produce their power. So we are doing that because of moral responsibility, but also because of moral responsibility, we are changing our portfolio. And we are investing more and more in renewable energies. And we also have the social responsibility with jobs, because there are direct and indirect 100,000 jobs in Spain that depend on the refining system. So if we don't transform this system, we are going to lose these jobs. You could say, okay, but you are going to reduce emissions. It's not true at all. We are going to increase emissions if we lose these jobs, because we are importing more and more these kind of products in Europe from third countries, from less efficient plants, and we have to add the cost of transporting this kind of products. So we are going to go on in this effort, producing renewable diesel, producing SAF, and all the products we need for this transformation, because that is part of our responsibility. But at the same time, we have to maintain both systems, because otherwise we are not going to have a comprehensive solution in economic, social, and sustainable terms.
Thank you for that. Also, thank you for being frank and not dodging the issues. I think it's very important in this area. We will come back to the issue of maybe finance and policy in the last round of discussion. If I may just make one point here. It's a bit more European specific, but you come from Europe. In Europe, we have an ETS price. And I was trained as a public economist. The idea is basically, with the use of a price system, we're not going to determine which firms are going to be the first movers and the last movers. We know that there are hard-to-abate sectors, that are, in some sectors it's much easier. And just by having this ETS, the market will decide who is going to move faster and who is going to move more slowly. And also, it is part of being efficient that the firms would actually not go at the same speed. Some might reduce to zero very quickly because they can, and some may only find solution at the end of the transition. But then we have all these regulation and reporting and climate plans and so on. And there, if not explicitly, at least implicitly, the idea is that the move should be in parallel, which is not efficient. And in Europe, we have the two. And I think it's created a lot of uncertainty, but also sometimes emotional discussions, because some firms that move more slowly are being pointed at as not contributing, while actually, if you look at the logic of a price system, it is a result that you expect from it, that the harder to abate sector will move later in the transition. So maybe just...
Let me only add a comment. I don't want to go as slowly. I don't want to go in a more intelligent way. Because saying that we are not going to support the gas production is not going to go in a quicker way. We are going to be slower doing that. But we are going to punish European families because they can't afford the bills. We are punishing European industry. Read, please. I know you have already read the Draghi report. We have destroyed the 12% of European industry over the last 6 years. And at the same time, we are increasing in a dramatic way the CO2 emissions, because we in Europe, we are, let me say, very good reducing our internal CO2 emissions. That is bullish, nothing. Because we are the main contributor to the rest of the growing of the emissions in the world. And the rest of the world, in 2022 and 2023, mainly the global south, increased in a dramatic way their CO2 emissions because the European policies. Because we decided to be very sustainable and not producing and not supporting natural gas. But when we needed gas, after the Russian crisis, we start buying LNG at any price, making it impossible for the rest of the world to have the access to this LNG. So they have to burn coal. So today, the cement and the steel sectors in China combined, they emit the same CO2 amount of the whole European continent. That is happening because our policy. So we have to analyze all that in a comprehensive way. I don't want to go slower. Let me say, I'm the CEO of the company that is investing more in that. I go on that in a quick way, but in an intelligent way, because otherwise we are going to impact in a negative way on our economy, and we are not going to have the social support to go on in this effort.
This is not a boring panel, huh? André?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us, for inviting the private industry into a conversation which is absolutely crucial for the future of humanity. So we're very pleased to be here. I'm not going to be able to match the passion I see on my left here, which is clearly a very, and of course I do not agree with all the points. But let me just answer the first question. What can we do as private companies to make a difference into the way we are influencing the planet? I think the conversation we're just having is demonstrating that we are talking about common goods, and these common goods have to be regulated. So the fact that the European Union is regulating how we do business is something I welcome, and I think we need that. Of course, the pharmaceutical industry, the health industry in general, has to be much more regulated than others, because we do deal with the ultimate common good, which is health. But at the same time, I think it's going to be difficult to suddenly realizing that perhaps private industry should be asked to meet part of the problems of the transition. It has to be a collective effort. It has to be, because we start all thinking in what I call common sense, not common sense UN, but with an S at the end, common sense. Each company should be able to contribute to the knowledge, the know-how, the intrinsic wealth that we can all share for the future. Now, what does that mean? And here I'm going to be a little bit annoying because I'm going to add another layer of complexity to what we have discussed until now. We have focused on CO2 and climate. Climate is one of the symptoms that we have to deal with. What we really have to deal with is the destruction of the planet in a very systematic way, based on biodiversity and nature. We have not mentioned the word nature. We've mentioned Trump 3 times already, but not nature once, and I think that's something we should be keeping into account. What we are trying to do is to create a sustainable value creation model which will allow us to continue to enjoy the prosperity we have. And we will not have sustainable prosperity if we don't take into account the nature of finite resources we have available. Now, how does the health industry do that? How does the pharmaceutical industry do that? Well, our job is to save lives. That's what we do. And if we want to save lives, we need to take into account that life is under threat at the moment. So our company can do, its original business model is to invent new molecules which are going to be bringing new technological solution to unmet medical need in the disease area. But it is also about how could we manage our footprint and making sure that we do not compound the problems going forward. Now, I've heard a lot of things today about how we can measure CO2 levels. I think we also have to look at the impact we are having on the 3 big capitals: the social capital, the human capital, and the natural capital. And today at Roche, we have put in place a model which, when we take a decision, takes into account the interdependence of what we are doing on the 3 different levels. Now, it sounds a little bit like a view of the mind, but I'm saying it again. If you are taking decisions like asset allocation or risk management, you cannot just focus onto one dimension. So I'm very excited to hear that Repsol is doing a lot for CO2 emission. I'm very excited to hear that Air France is going to introduce new planes and use SAF as going forward. The same thing with the impact in Korean minerals. But it is not enough to just concentrate on one of the capitals. I don't think that was the question, but I wanted to say that.
You know, I've been chief of staff of a minister of finance, and they learn how to dodge the question and say what they want to say. And what you want to say is probably more important than answering my question. Okay, and I think you have answered, broadly speaking. So maybe we can move now, and it's all part of the same discussion, of course, to the costs, really the cost in terms of the production processes. I'm not discussing the impact of the transition here. And maybe your capacity to pass through those costs to your final customers. So maybe, Anne, I come back to you, but in Europe, I understand there is this regulation. You have to increase SAF by 2% per year. So there you have a level playing field, but the question is, what is going to be the impacts on your cost? You mentioned 3-5%, that's the full cost of per whatever mile. I guess it's not the cost of the fuel, because that would be 2 or 3 times more expensive, I understand. But then the other question is, okay, if you fly to the US, what are you going to do? Can you be competitive with US companies if you want to go green and they don't go green, or they will go green? I don't know.
Well, you're right. We have a huge regulation in Europe, and let me be clear, regulation absolutely needed for this transition. But I think we are at a tipping point in France and EU, because you mentioned the mandate in EU, 2% in 2025 of SAF, 6% in 2030, 20% in 2035. We support this regulation, but it's not yet followed by other regions. And on top, France is adding new burdens. We are very good in France on taxation and creativity. And creativity is at its maximum at the moment. So we have mandatory offset on domestic flights. We have flight ban on some alternative, when there is some alternative by train in less than 2 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, we're okay with this. We have taxes on long distance infrastructures, so airlines pay for it. And now what is discussed in French Parliament is tripling in 2025 the tax on air tickets. So 270 million more taxes for our customers. So each year we see more burdens. So the question is really, do we have the means to decarbonize when we see the cost of the decarbonation. Let me give you some number. The CapEx fleet, I already said it, more than 1 billion per year. The ETS, it's currently for Air France 100 million euro of ETS, EU ETS. It will go up to 300 in 2030. Then you add the mandatory offset that will grow slowly, 20 million only today. It will be 75 in 2030. And this ETS and offset, they cannot be deducted from our CO2 footprint. So, okay, you explain the model, we pay for it. And then the other cost of staff. Now it's 100 million euro only per year. It will double next year with the mandate, and it will be up to 1 billion in 2030. And what we make as an operational result last year is 1 billion. So when you add up everything, you see that we have an issue. So the most obvious option, and what we do, is to increase the ticket price. And some people think that only rich people use our airline industry. I think it's not true, and we see the reaction on the new taxes in the public opinion, and we see that it's not totally true. So we launched very transparently with the customer a SAF surcharge in 2022, and we double it now. We do it in full transparency with our customer. So we will increase it with the European mandates, but we think that the elasticity of our pricing has a limit, which is our price competitiveness in a context where those regulations do not exist abroad. I'll give you a small example. If you want to go from Nice to Singapore in 2030, but it already happens now, if you go via Paris with Air France, based on our ambition of 10% SAF target, it will cost you in economy, not in business class, more than 100 euro more than if you go via Istanbul with Turkish, because there will be no mandate from Turkey, or we imagine, well, we hope there will be one, but at the moment there is not. And passing fully those 100 euro on the customer would trigger massive traffic shift. That we already see, by the way. We've seen it in the 20 last years, where we've seen a big growth of Turkish and the Gulf carriers compared to all the European airlines. Look at Air France, look at British Airways, look at Lufthansa. We've all reduced our market shares compared to those competitors that don't have the same regulation. So that's why we have to rely on additional levels, like offers on individual customers to buy extra SAF to help us reduce, to help them reduce their carbon footprint, or also corporate customer with SAF contracts to help them reduce their scope 3 emissions. So that's what we're trying to manage, this economical equation. But we think that if each year, because we are a hard-to-abate sector, we have a new taxation, like what's happening at the moment in France, it's clear that we won't manage to pay for the decarbonation we need.
Thank you. It's very clear. Can I come back to, can you give us a feeling of, if you go 100% green, what would be the impact on average on a plane ticket?
That is a difficult question.
It's an easy one to ask, but just to give us a feel.
It's very difficult. I don't think anyone has the answer. For example, I gave you the impact on an economy ticket on long haul in 2030 of only 10% SAF. It's more than 100 euro. But the big question is how much will be the cost of SAF in 2050? And I don't know that if anyone has the answer. There are questions on the biomass availability, there are questions of the maturity of synthetic fuel. Some say there won't be enough electricity, green electricity, to produce the synthetic fuel we have. I just met EDF CEO yesterday, and he told me that he had more electricity and he didn't know what to do with the nuclear electricity, and he needed new outputs, new customers. So we see that at the moment the market is really not mature. So giving numbers like this would be a nonsense.
No, thank you for that, but it means that you are going to be forced to propose transition plans while you're telling me that at the end of the day you don't really know because of probably a combination of regulatory and technological uncertainty.
Well, maybe just one word. What we need in Europe is to add to the current regulation also some help on the energy producer and on the consumers. The fact that the SAF is half price compared to Europe. In the US, only 2,000 euro per ton, because of all the incentives at federal level, at local level, with the IRA policy. Now, if I want to buy SAF, I go to the US. That's not what we want. We want to have new plants of SAF, of synthetic fuel in Europe. And that is the moment, because we need this for 2030. So I think that Europe should include in its mindset also to help the business. It's also a question of energy sovereignty.
Thank you. We'll come back to the more policy issues later on. Ijune, can you give us a sense of the impact of going green to your competitiveness, capacity to pass through to customers, maybe depending on the markets you are addressing?
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to just split the two sectors differently. So traditional one is our non-ferrous metal refining industry. So Korea Zinc is, as I told you, the global #1 producer. That means that we are really proud that we can achieve the double digit of the profit in the only company in the world that can make the double digit profit at the non-ferrous metal industry. And having said that, so what we are going to do is that we are going to just to enhance our efficiency by changing our process and in our own planning, that we can achieve easily the 30% the CO2 reduction from 2023 to 2030. That is one thing that I can share with you by changing our process and also for the transforming our own the resources for not using coal anymore. So that is something that I can share with you. And have, with that kind of transformation, we still can have our competitiveness in the pricing for the zinc and lead. And the other sense is for the, as I told you, part of our Troika drive, the renewable energy and green hydrogen, that is still underway, mostly for the renewable energy, for the photovoltaics, and also for the wind farms is okay. However, we are now having the demonstration of the water, the electrolysis, and so making the green hydrogen more efficiently. So there is still needs a lot of R&D, and so we need some government support to make it happen. And the other thing is for the secondary battery area. So we see that the world is in a different situation. In one region, I see a lot of government subsidy that makes the comparatively their products more competitive. However, in a fair term, so we don't see it's a level playing field in the electric car industry now. So there is some idea of the US IRA. They provide some kind of government subsidy, the coming for the different standards. And we see that there's still that type of the scheme is necessary to make a level playing field in the electric cars. So that's one thing that I want to share with you. So for this one, so for the pricing itself to meet the climate change, we see that the things are still going on. And also what I want to emphasize here that Korea Zinc is doing business for the resource recycling, including the end-of-life solar panels. And in Europe, I see that a lot of regulation that is that makes the end-of-life solar panels to be recycled easily. However, for the case of in the US, there are tons of end-of-life solar panels available. However, comparing the cost of the put it in in the ground and also for the transport the end-of-life the solar panels to the recycling the facility, the transportation cost is normally the more cost. So what they are doing is that just leave their end-of-life batteries, the solar panels nearby the solar farms, or just litter it in the ground. So what I want to tell you is that in the next the opportunity, I want to come to the government policy to make it to be changed. Thank you.
Can I come back to? I mean, you are essentially in the commodity business. Do you feel you have some customers that are willing to pay more if you tell them what I'm producing is green compared to brown, or just commodity and the difference in prices is so small that it doesn't matter?
So for now, there are a very limited demand. I see that starting from next year, our zinc produced in Australia will be 85% renewable from the renewable energy sources. That means renewable energy 85. And we do not see much the demand for the clean zinc, something like her. So we want to have that kind of premium. However, the market in the worldwide, there are limited the appetite to pay more for some kind of green zinc. That is something that we can talk later as the global scheme. So we need some kind of the intergovernmental policy collaboration to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going back, Josu, back to you. You, of course, I mean, the issue is also competition with other forms of fuels, but do you have the impression that you can pass through the costs that are associated to going green to your customers, or is it not really the issue for you? It's more an issue of, how fast you want to go away from fossil fuels?
So, first of all, I came yesterday to Basel, driving my car to the airport, my diesel car. I fulfill the tank with Repsols, of course. Renewable diesel, 100% renewable. In our service station, we already have 600 service stations in Spain. We are going to have 1,500 next year, 100% renewable. So that is going to be more or less of the 45% of our total service stations in Spain and Portugal next year. I paid a bit more, 15 cents a liter. I was able to reduce my carbon footprint below the total cycle of an electric vehicle yesterday, driving my diesel. So that's important to underline. And it's curious because I had to pay the total hydrocarbon tax. So if we were able to pay the same tax that an electric vehicle is paying, so zero, our renewable diesel will be cheaper with the same or less carbon footprint, depending on the countries and the electric basket of the countries. So that is a clear proof that we are not in an, let me say, technology-driven transition. We in Europe are in an ideological transition, ideology-driven transition. And we have to have all that statement crystal clear. Because, I mean, they are going to the point of Anne, the cost. It's true, she's right. I mean, roughly speaking, if we sell, that it depends on the market, international commodities, but we could be selling now the kerosene in the market $700 a ton, more or less, and probably the SAF could be at around $1,600 a ton, so a double, more or less. So it's important to go on pushing this price down. A way, of course, as you mentioned, is tax. I mean, they can't pay the same tax level. The secondly is try to optimize the production. To optimize the production, there is another strong, wrong decision at the European level, banning the combustion engine by 2035. We could talk about that. I mean, we are going to destroy the European automotive industry in the midst. Secondly, that is not going to happen. I mean, we have to be realistic. But we are going in the midst to destroy the automotive sector. Third, we are increasing the CO2 emissions because of this decision. Because over the last years, the incentive we are giving to the car makers is you have to stop investing in the efficiency of your engines. They were reducing in a dramatic way over years their emissions. That is over. These emissions are not going to be reduced in coming 20 years. And if we analyze our countries, the main cars, most part of cars, they are combustion engine cars. So that is going to have a negative impact. But on top of that, if we want to produce SAF, in operational terms, the most efficient plants are the plants combining renewable diesel with SAF. Who is going to invest in Europe in this kind of plants if we are launching the signal that we are going to ban the combustion engines by 2035? So many investors are going to go to the US to invest in these plants. And that is going to be very negative for Europe in industrial terms. And it's going to be very negative for companies like Air France, Iberia, and some others that are doing their best to reduce their emissions. On top of that, taxonomy. You are, let me say, driven by the European taxonomy. If we are putting obstacles to invest in a refinery, and in a refinery we are investing to reduce the CO2 to produce these kind of products, I mean, you are increasing the cost of this transition. And that is, I mean, that is really strange, let me say. And I rely on the e-fuels. We are leading with our great partners of Saudi Aramco in Bilbao, one of the 2 leading plants in the world to produce e-fuels. We are going to start producing 50 barrels a day in 2 years. That is not going to change the world. But it's important because it's a demo project and we want to escalate this project. I mean, there are, I don't know, because we have to be humble talking about technologies, but there are analyses of the Institute Fraunhofer talking prices by 2035, 2040 that could be close to what we could expect in the market. That is going to depend, as Anne said, of electricity price and some other factors. But I think that we have to bet in this first part of coming 10, 15 years, of course. For electrification, it's okay, but electrification is another mantra. We have to electrify the world. Okay, let's see Europe. Today, electricity could be at 23% of the total demand of energy. 5, 6 years ago, do you know the figure? 23%, exactly the same. We haven't increased a single point in 5, 6 years. That means that if we think that electrifying is the solution to decarbonize Europe, we are forgetting the 77% of the economy, industry, and so on. So if we don't have a solution for this part of the economy, first, we are not going to decarbonize it. That's bad. Or secondly, we are going to destroy this sector, what we are doing in Europe. So I think that we have to push to go on prices, but we have a holistic approach, not ideological. We have to be humble about technology. I mean, politicians can't decide what technologies are going to stay in the future. Because otherwise, I mean, Draghi is saying exactly the same. If you analyze the Draghi report, Draghi said some things. First, we need a radical change. That is a radical change. We don't need to change a bit European energy policy. Secondly, Draghi said, we are not measuring our emissions. Because the carbon footprint that is outside Europe, we are importing this carbon footprint, and we are destroying at the same time our industry. And Draghi also says, we have to take the principle of the technological neutrality written in stone, because that has been a principle in Europe for decades, and over the last 10 years in Europe we have forgot the principle of technological neutrality. We have to have a common playing field for all technologies, but it's important to know what is the total carbon footprint of what we are consuming. That is quite easy, but we don't want to do that. I don't know why.
I think your point on technical neutrality is very important. I mean, there are a lot of literature coming online that, for instance, in Europe, the regulation in terms of insulation of houses is way too demanding, that's too costly, and that maybe in some cases for existing housing, you can go to a lower level of insulation. If you warm your house with a heat pump and electricity is green, it's carbon neutral. So we are having, and we are again coming back to this discussion, what do you want to do with a carbon price, which is technology neutral? I don't think you can go fully to a carbon price because it's probably not politically feasible. You would have to go to above 200, and you cannot do that fast enough. So you need to combine with regulation. But the problem is, as you start working with regulation, you have these taxonomies, these technological choices that are being made. And sometimes the mood changes very fast. I mean, there was a green hydrogen bubble. Everybody was saying, you know, this is the solution. And people are much less optimistic now, and we can easily lose a lot of time. Can I push you a little bit on the issue, because I'm sure you've looked at it, biomass. I mean, are we faced with limits if we look at the planet in terms of biomass that would mean that at the end of the day, biofuels would only be able to address part of the problem because of that? Or can we just say at the end of the day, it's, you know, if we make the investment, we're not going to face a volumetric constraint, and, you know, if biomass is competitive, let it be?
Probably I'm looking at the problem from Spain, and we have some competitive advantages to talk about that. But some other countries like Europe, France, and so on, they could be similar. We have a strong farm sector. We also have wastes coming from animals. On top of that, we have analysis that are saying that we could cover enough 40, 50, 60%, depending on who is making this analysis and what kind of foundations. But the needs for transport in Europe using all kind of wastes coming from these rural activities, let me say. On top of that, we are using as a feedstock pyrolyzed plastics that finally are converted in diesel, in gas oil, and we are taking a waste to do that. And it's still, the decision has not been taken, but probably we are going to take this decision in coming weeks. Repsol is going to invest in a plant in Spain, in Tarragona, in the Catalonia part of Spain. We are going to invest at around 700, 800 million euros. And through technology of gasification, we are going to convert all the urban wastes from the area of Barcelona. We are talking about organic wastes, paper and plastic, in green methanol. A green methanol that could be used first mainly for maritime purposes, as a feedstock fuel for the maritime sector. Secondly, to produce green gasolines in our own refineries. And third, as a green feedstock for the chemical complex is the most important in Spain. It exists in Tarragona with companies like Repsol, Dow, BASF, and so on. So the only limit to produce renewable fuels, either liquids or gases, is not, let me say, the farm waste. We also have to put our eyes on urban wastes. They could be part of the solution for many problems. And on top of that, as I said before, e-fuels, I mean, we are investing there. So, and we are going to invest in 2 years 150 million euros. So I'm not talking about blah, blah, blah. That's part of our bet. But e-fuels is not going to be part of the solution in coming 10 years. We are in some way paving the way for the future, because that will be the way. I mean, what we are doing in Bilbao is we take a CO2 stream from an industrial activity. We reduce this CO2 to carbon monoxide. We combine this carbon monoxide with green hydrogen coming from electrolyzers, and through a classical Fischer-Tropsch cycle, we produce a hydrocarbon that could be burned in a plane or in a car or in a truck, that is going to emit CO2, of course. It's like a diesel or a kerosene, but the CO2 that is emitting is exactly the same, the CO2 we previously took from this industrial activity. So that could be, let me say, in 15, 20 years, but I don't know, we have to be humble about technology.
Very clear, and very important as well, I think, because as much as we say we need to plan for the transition, the amount of uncertainty on the technology front and on the political front, we've just seen it, is enormous. André, your high margin business, is it a problem for you to pass through? Are there some part of your activities when it's really an issue, or for you it's relatively easy business going green?
First, we have to say that I'll answer in 2 points. The first point is our company. In our company, we are selling innovation first and foremost. We have given ourselves a purpose to do today what the patient needs next, and that means that we have to invest a considerable part of our margin into research. And that's much more important in our asset allocation than the cost of manufacturing. The cost of manufacturing does not even figure in what the customer pays. So there's absolutely no excuse for us not to optimize that to the absolute maximum. We've given ourselves an internal target of 2035 by which we will be zero emission. I don't mean net zero, I mean absolute zero. We will not produce CO2 anymore. We will not have CO2 as byproduct of our manufacturing process. Because we have to be absolutely clear, and this is obviously the right audience, this entire CO2 compensation scheme has no integrity. There's nothing there that really is worth the money you're paying for it. The absorption of CO2 by forests in the Amazon or by carbon capture. I mean, carbon capture is a technology of the future for the past 50 years. It's never happened. There's nothing. The amount of carbon capture that we see in compensation to the CO2 being emitted is infinitesimal. So we can't really rely on that. It has to be in the production mechanism. So that would be, as far as our company is concerned, we will continue to charge what needs to be charged to be able to continue to invest in research and development, because that's our business, innovation. And for that, we need to be able to have a profitable market. So we'll do that. Now, second part of, rather more generally, I've been to business school, and I was told one very simple: whatever you do, don't worry, the market will solve it. But it's absolute rubbish. It's a lie. It's not true. We need regulation. And the reason why we're having the problems we are just discussing here is because free markets, the deregulation of the 70s, has brought about a profit at all costs type of mentality. Everybody goes and gets to the profitability without ignoring not without ignoring, but ignoring the collateral damages done to the system. And now suddenly humanity wakes up and says, and I'm trying to use the same sort of language that you do, humanity wakes up and says, you know, we are in a situation of crisis. Well, you know, if you let the market forces work on their own, if you say that the only thing that market is the short-term profit maximization, that's what you get. You know, the competition drives us down. When we do a business allocation for several assets where we want to invest our money, our know-how, our technology, our time, we need to protect that asset. And once this asset exists, we go into risk management. But today, there's absolutely no mechanism to price the cost of the future. And we do need to do that. So we need to change the way we measure inputs into the business. And these inputs will have to be not only relying just on CO2 emission, but there will have to be impact on social costs. You know, what is the contribution of business to the social contract? What do we owe to each other? How do we look at duties, obligations, and rights between citizens? We will have to look at the human capital. Are we happy? I mean, can we get to the point where we can find self-realization in our activities, in our business activities? If we cannot provide to our employees the fact that they can serve a purpose with us, we are not using the best possibility to use this talent. And so the idea of creating happiness within the business is not just the Nepal happiness index. It's actually reality. The people who work with us have to be able to achieve what they are trying to achieve. They have to self-realize. And then the third is nature. Natural capital is not the panda, it's not the Amazon, it's not the tiger, it's not the nice little feeling you have when you walk in the forest. It's the life system support on Earth. If we continue to destroy life at the scale at which we're doing it at the moment, we are going to die. And it's not even a question of a business purpose. It's reality, it's happening. I mean, if you look at the statistics on climate, you're terrified. If you look at the statistic on biodiversity, I was in the last 60 years, we have lost about 72% of an index called the Living Planet Index, compiled by the London Zoological Society. Results were published last week. I mean, it's really a catastrophe happening, and we are not using business tools to compensate for it. And so you will probably not hear that very often, but here I am as a businessman. I would like to be better regulated. Please, you know, by talking to people like you, I have to say something fundamental difference. You know, on one side you have industry, where we have customers, and we have to fulfill these customers. And these customers insist on having a competitive price. And so we have to be as cheap as the neighbor, otherwise we are not. We can be as good as the neighbor, and that's a point of debate. But anyway, cost plays an important role. But you are central bankers. Your job, your customer is the citizen and not the client. And I think that makes a fundamental difference which we need to address. The current financial system does not serve humanity. It serves certain parts of humanity very well. And a lot of us are here today, but you know, we're very happy with that. But if you really want to get to the whole problem we just discovered about the cost of energy in the developing countries, about how if you lend money to an LDC, you have to pay a huge risk premium, which makes it practically impossible for these countries to invest. You know, all this has to be renovated, has to be looked at differently, and it's going to happen here, not in the business world. And that's what I wanted to say, and now answer the question.
Maybe, if I may, 30 seconds, because I listened twice today that carbon capture is not working.
It is not working.
Carbon capture, let me say, is a major technology. We have this technology. I mean, the steel, the cement, the chemical activities of our country are asking us to launch projects to capture this CO2. The problem, and I could agree with your point, is the cost. We could be talking about $100, $150 a ton, depending on how you separate the stream of CO2. So for them, it's a complex issue, because if they pay this cost, some of them, they are going to have difficulties to compete from Europe. So again, is ideology or is technology? Because it's normal that a taxpayer is paying 800 euros a ton to support with subsidies an electric vehicle. It's okay. That is part of the public policies, but no administration is ready to pay, let me say, 40, 50, or 60 euros a ton to help these chemical, steel, or cement industries to evolve and to reduce their carbon footprint. So technology is there, it's mature, it's a problem of costs.
I was going to come back to you on that one precisely, so you were faster. As much as I pushed Kijune a little bit on green hydrogen, because indeed what you hear talking to people is anything between 50 in the Middle East, $1 per ton, to 250. I understand it depends a lot on whether the fume is clean or not clean. If you just burn gas and it's not mixed with the residues that people talk about 100. So your benchmark would be 100, 150, that would be your number?
About hydrogen, you mean?
No, carbon capture.
Carbon capture, it depends. I mean, if from a refinery, where a hydrogen plant of a refinery, where you have already the CO2 separated, split from in the reformer of the refinery, the total cost could be at around $100, $120 a ton, more or less. If you go to some other activities, I mean, the main difference is the cost of separating this CO2 stream. I mean, depending on this cost, you could go to 100 to 200.
Okay, no, that's the number I had in mind. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm 66. I've been hearing about carbon and capture technology for the past 50 years of my life, every single day. It's not happening. So, okay, it's cost. Okay, well, cost is a decision. Cost is a norm. Cost is something we have decided. Yeah. So saying that we will now suddenly realize we can do it. So we're going to use the existing technology. We're going to use the existing infrastructure of the oil companies to bring it back into the ground. It's wishful thinking.
Yeah, but I could say the same about electric vehicle, because I mean, I'm not suspicious. I put in operation 14 years ago the first company in Spain to provide electric vehicle recharging services 14 years ago. I mean, when I analyzed the evolution of the park over the last 14 years, I could provide you with the figures of all the consultants about this evolution. Today, reality is that electric vehicle in Spain is the 1.4% of the total car fleet. And the problem is that policies promoting only electric vehicle, the consequence has been that the Spanish car fleet is getting older and older. In 28, the average of years was 8 years old, and today is 14.6. We have technologies to reduce in a 30%, in a dramatic movement, all the CO2 emissions of the Spanish car fleet, but because no administration goes to support anyone buying a diesel or a gasoline with current technologies, with the capacity to reduce these CO2 emissions, I mean, we are not using this technology. So we are putting the focus only in the 1.4% of cars that are, of course, owned by the wealthy lives of the society. So this electric vehicle support system is the best way I know to transfer rents from low and middle incomes to wealthy people in our society. So I could say the same.
Who is going to say that this panel is boring? We have another 15 minutes to continue the discussion. The idea was to discuss a little bit regulation, and I've heard a lot of things about subsidies. I just would want that we avoid repeating the obvious. If the US gives a lot of subsidies and we price carbon in Europe, it creates tension. We know that. I think where we can evaluate it in the discussion is where you feel that some of the regulation that is being put in place in your jurisdiction is really impeding the transition because it forces you to go to some technologies that may not be profitable or that where it's not technology neutral. But then the other part of the discussion, I guess, is implication for where you make your investment. Sometimes I have the impression, honestly, in Europe that in many cases, investing in green is not yet profitable. So companies don't invest. And brown, well, you don't want to do it because it's not okay and it's risky, and so you don't invest. So one thing I would want to put on the table here is, in all these models, also at the ECB level, we are like, the transition should mean a huge investment boom. On a net basis, 2 or 3% of GDP more, and then we say our star is going to go up, inflation is going to go up, and the Commission says on the basis of that, the impact on GDP will actually be positive and not negative. So a little bit weird, you have a supply shock, but this is positive impact on the economy. And what we see is that we don't have an investment boom. I hear a lot of companies saying, we're stuck. Okay, renewables is already more or less competitive. Here we get subsidies, so we do it, and then the subsidies go away, EVs, and then we don't do it. And the combination of the regulatory uncertainty and the technological uncertainty is such that it's actually having a very negative impact on your level of investment. So very far from having an investment boom, we are actually seeing a reduction in investment, and maybe especially in Europe. So I'm not going to go through the four of you as I did because we only have 13 minutes, but who wants to jump in that discussion on, how do you feel about being in the right place and being safe in making your investments in this world where we have US elections, we have a lot of regulation in Europe, we have technological uncertainty, people believing in carbon capture, others saying it will remain a technology of the future. You are being asked to write climate plans. I was discussing with UBS yesterday with some legal people from UBS, and they were saying, we don't want to claim we are selling anything green because of the legal cost. How do you define green? And they were telling me, we are even asking ourselves if we can still sell the S&P 500 tomorrow in Europe while complying with the regulatory obligations, because we may not meet, again, this idea that you have to reduce your carbon content fast enough. So who wants to jump on that one? André?
Can I just steal a minute? I mean, what you are giving us is an absolutely demonstration that the system is at its end of its useful life. We need to seriously reform it. And what you need to bring about is a new accounting system. We need to look at the impact on the free capitals every single time we make an investment decision. And there are things that we need to price impact. And there are signs of foot. I mean, the ISSB, the IFRS project, the SASB in the US, there are more and more norms coming towards businesses, which is again regulation, which is again anti-competitive, okay, but which is going to allow us to really have a true picture of what an investment means. As long as the investment is just a financial measure, it is not going to be, we're not going to be able to reform this system. I think accountants will save the planet. We need new accountants. We need a new accountants here.
But I guess
I know
part of the
it always
problem
makes people smile when I
part of
say
the problem is a problem of coordination, because what I hear here is that without the proper incentives and regulation, and hopefully with as much as possible of a level playing field, in some industries you cannot justify the green, asking for a green premium to customer. The price elasticity is just too big. So no, that's where we are. So who wants to jump in the discussion in terms of location, investment, uncertainty, what you could dream of in terms of improving the situation? And if I can ask you to refrain saying we need a lot of subsidies, because in a way that's very obvious, but we have some fiscal issues as well. Josu, you want to?
Let me talk about my problem, sorry. But every time, when I talk to the investors community, there is an important part of the investor, more and more, that say, okay, you are a great company. What you are doing is fantastic. What an interesting project. But you are producing gas with fracking in the States. Yes, of course, because we need gas in Europe. So otherwise, we are either, let me say, reinforcing Putin or punishing European families. What's the alternative? No, but we can't invest on you. Okay, I respect your point of view. A group of investors, quite large, that say, we are an oil and gas investor, but what are you doing investing in renewable power, in these strange things of renewable fuels, in SAF? You could invest in oil like Chevron, Exxon, serious companies. So they are out of this effort. So my question is, who is going to invest in the energy transition? And I ask you to rethink the concept of sustainable financing framework to favor, to push people ready to invest in the energy transition. I'm not talking about greenwashing. I'm not talking about blah, 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 with clear KPIs. Companies transforming their carbon footprint. But we need to invest in refineries. We need to invest in gas production. We need to invest in self-production. We need to invest in many things that they are not, let me say, most of them pure renewables. So if we don't promote this view, we are going to, and Repsol is not the important question in this equation, because we are, let me say, a small company in Europe, but in the world. The problem is that we are not going to succeed in this energy transition effort.
Anne Kijune, do you want to jump in the discussion? For instance,
yes.
Go on.
If I may.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to emphasize that it's really important that the policymakers understand the reality of the industry, the practice itself. So, for example, in the Inflation Reduction Act of the IRA 30D, that mentions that the primary processing of the critical minerals is can be identified that the US FTA countries can be appropriate. It's that they can get the consumer tax credit if they process the critical minerals in the primary stage. However, in the IRA, the 30D, the two mention about the recycling of the critical minerals. In the legislation itself, for the recycling itself, the company or the refinery should be located in the North America. That will be consumer tax available. So there's some the differentiation with the primary processing and the recycling of critical minerals. However, in reality, we do not discriminate or the separate the process for the primary processing or the recycling processing of the critical minerals. That means that the refining itself is closely related for the chemical engineering. And in the North America, especially in the US, no jurisdiction is welcoming Korea Zinc's investment to establish the chemical engineering related recycling the facility in their own land. What I want to tell you is that having the policy is important. However,
most important thing is that having the right policy is really important to make what you want imagine in your own legislation. So the reason why I'm raising this is that for the recycling itself, we do not see in 5 to 6 years no chemical engineering related the recycling facility will be established in the US territory or North America, which is really efficient or effective, like a Korea zinc. So that means that a lot of materials, scrapped batteries related to the critical minerals are not available to be recycled in North America, even though the legislation is there. There's some gap in reality, so no company in the US can get the subsidy as it was designed. So I would propose that the policymakers should have a regular or the really close communication with the industry itself to get what they really want in their own policy. Thank you very much.
No, I think that's a great point. I mean, we need to get our hands dirty. We are not going to solve the problem by just looking at high-level numbers. The nitty-gritty of all of this is very complex. Anne, do you want to intervene, and then maybe we have time for 2, 3, 4 questions? I'm looking at Andrea, whether I see 4 minutes 39. Maybe you give me 3 more minutes. Yeah, Anne?
Yeah. Maybe 2 quick things. First, on the localization of the investments. As an airline, my main investment is aircraft. Aircraft, I bought only Airbus manufacturers in Europe. My staff, my assets are based in my home base, so Paris. So I don't have any possibility to delocalize. I'm stuck with French costs, etc. What I need is European staff. So you told us not to say again that we need investment help and this kind of thing. But what I want to say is that yesterday was voted in French Parliament an overtax of 1 billion per year for the airline industry departing from France. This new tax, and it was above many, usually they are geared towards the general budget. They are geared towards the train investments. They are geared toward the road. They are never directed towards investment in our own decarbonation. I'm not talking only about airline investment, but to invest in the e-fuel, to invest, to help the fuel provider to build e-fuel plants. So I think it's very important to understand that if we don't have this, it won't happen. It's very important that people stop thinking that we will manage the transition without at least having the taxation geared to our own investments.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess in terms of delocalization, the example you gave with the Turkish herb compared to flying from Nice was one form of delocalization in a way.
Yeah, and the fact that all our costs at European airlines, because airlines, staff and assets are based in Europe, they are European costs.
We have time for 3, 4, 5 questions. 5. Andrea tells me 5. So start with the first one, and then we'll move to the second one.
Paolo Angelini, Banca d'Italia. Consideration and a question for Mr. Imas. First of all, let me say that I fully concur with his view that there is no such a thing as a brown firm, but there is a thing such as a green firm, which is a brown firm that reduces credibly its own emissions, and I think that finance should flow to those firms. Otherwise, I think we will go nowhere. The second consideration, which is also turning to a question, is that if we look at available figures about investment, green investment, or investment toward the transition by the oil and fossil fuel sectors industry, we have a very disappointing framework and picture. I'm happy to hear that Repsol is leading the pack, but on average, this industry is not really investing the way it should, in my view. And this may be due to this infamous EU regulation. I don't know whether Repsol does invest the way it does in the transition because of this legislation. But so the question is, do you concur that the fossil fuel industry should do more in terms of investing in how to get this to be brought about? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I don't represent the oil and gas sector. I only represent Repsol. And again, I said from the very beginning, I'm putting the money where my mouth is. And 35% year after year, 2 years ago, last year, 37. This year, we are going to be above this figure, and we are committing for the future this target. So that is our reality. And I mean, I'm not going to criticize my colleagues, but let me say first that from the point of view of investors, it's not an easy journey, as I said before, because they are punishing European companies to develop this effort. That is reality. I mean, you could analyze the multiples of an American company from the sector, of an European company that are making this effort. You could compare these multiples. I mean, my own company, we have had over the last 2-3 years with a multiple of 3 times enterprise value EBITDA, more or less, but it's not very different from the integrated European sector. So that means that this effort we are making is not having the support of an investor community that has to be focused on financing this effort. And I'm going to say more, not even from the European institutions in a main part, because if you analyze this European taxonomy that I said again, is more ideological than technical, a great part, or a main part of this effort we are developing to transform our system, reducing in a clear, countable way our CO2 emissions and producing products with a scope 3 that is clearly lower than the previous one, is not included in this taxonomy activities because it's not, let me say, pure green. We are using brown, let me use the term, refineries, and so on. So it's not, you are probably right. From my point of view, you are right, but it's not an easy way. And we are, let me say, taking this challenge, this defy, probably, I don't know, in the opposed direction, but we are doing that.
Beatrice?
Thank you. Beatrice Vela Di Mauro from the Graduate Institute in Geneva. My question is to you, Andre, the accountants saving the world. I mean, I wish you were right. And of course, there are a lot of attempts going in this direction. But let me express some skepticism that the fact that we start understanding better risks, that we start pricing them, that we put them for carbon much more advanced than for nature, that we have systems of reporting and disclosure, whether that is actually affecting and sufficiently affecting and at scale the funding of the necessary transformation, or in this case of restoration of nature or conservation of nature. So this last point, I think, is where it is missing, the missing link. Why I think if we could price nature completely, yes, of course, that would make importance in the investment decisions. But if it's just another footnote in the reporting of the annual report, which has an increasingly long appendix, then I am not sure.
Well, thank you very much for the question, Beatrice, and this is a subject we can discuss again very soon, I'm sure. But in the meantime, I think it's important to make a distinction between reporting, which creates transparency, and which has a lot to do with accounting norms. We were talking about the ISSB before, which is becoming, I suspect, mandatory very soon. And that transparency is always good because it allows you to compare. But what we really need is a management account system. It's a system which will allow us to make decisions, and these don't have to be in the appendix. These are the fiber, the substance of entrepreneurship. You know, if we really want private investment to make a difference, private economy to make a difference, we're going to have to make sure that it is worth its while. And the entrepreneurial genius, which has destroyed the planet based on short-term profit maximization, could be used to recreate it. You know, if we can take the same amount of energy, of talent into trying to contribute to the social, the human, and the natural capital, we could suddenly find ourselves with an agent of change which are going to make a difference to the current status quo, which we all agree is untenable. So this might be the wrong vocabulary, it might be the wrong description, it might be not the right technical solution, but if we don't understand the impact we have on the planet, if we don't understand the consequences of our value creation mechanism, we are not going to take the right decision. If you ask the right questions, you get the right answers.
I've received instructions to take 2 more questions. I'll take the 2 together, and then we see who would answer.
Thank you. Thank you. My question will really be, where can companies do it on their own, and what should public policies be geared towards to kick off more green value chains? That is the question. But so my name is Øystein Børsum. I'm Deputy Governor of the Norwegian Central Bank. So I hold central banking responsibilities, but more particularly, I also hold board responsibility for overseeing our sovereign wealth fund, which we manage inside the central bank. And I need to say a few words because we are one of the investors that are serious about the energy transition. As you know, we already do that by scrutinizing what companies do and do not punish companies that are serious about the transition. And we're currently working on a program to up our investments in those companies that will be explicitly geared towards investing in the energy transition. But that is just a side note here, because one thing is to have enough investors. That is, of course, required. But just being a financial investor will not solve these issues, essentially, of establishing green value chains. These have to be solved by companies, and they are about getting costs down, and they are about solving technological complications. The green hydrogen value chain is one great example. People call it, at the moment, the green hydrogen cost chain, because there's no value, there's only cost. And so we know that there is investments needed to get costs down, the learning curve. We see that again and again, battery, solar, and EVs and everything. But there is a profitability issue in the short term. There's also a coordination problem because we need the producers, but the producers don't have a market, so they don't have something to invest in to get the market. But since there is no product, there is no possibility of actually using it, and there's infrastructure problem, and all this has to be coordinated. And this is not something a financial investor can do. This is only something companies can do, and I think that public policy needs to be much more geared towards thinking in a 10 or 20-year horizon, what can we do? What are the right policies, the most effective and the most cost-efficient policies that should be put in place to kick off these value chains for the future? They could be uptake agreements, so purchasing agreements. They could be policy commitments. They could be regulations. In the case of SAF, you need to find the right mix, and you absolutely need to fund it. Thank you. So the question was, where can companies do it alone, or where do we actually need this help, and what's the most efficient help?
I'm watching Andrea, she's watching me. I'm going to consider that because you just relaunched a debate that is more of an intervention than a question because it's so broad. But I think very well taken, you know, the role of the different actors. And I guess a lot of what I hear yes, is if the regulation and the policy making is not doing it, we're not getting there. Maybe here and there at the margin, but that was a little bit into the first panel. It's not like people are crazy about spending a lot of more money on green stuff because it's green stuff. So if it's not mandated with a price or regulation, you get some of it, and certainly technologies which are already mature, but you don't get to net zero. Last question, it has to be a very good one. Benoît, tu voulais pas encore poser une question? Non? So we go for lunch. Thank you so much.
Merci, merci, merci beaucoup. I'm afraid you have raised the bar even further. And bad news for the people coming after you.
You can search my name. You can search my name. I've been on the record saying
stopping financing oil and gas.
Thank you also to the online students. Welcome back, everyone. How does the green transition affect monetary policy and vice versa? It sounds like a simple question, but I'm sure there is a bit more to it to the answer. So fortunately, we will have a panel of speakers here who will help us dig into that question. And we are very pleased to have Fundi Chasibana, Deputy Governor of the South African Reserve Bank and the Vice Chair of NGFS, to help us chair this session.
Welcome to session 3, in which we'll be tackling the topic climate change, supply shocks, and monetary policy. I'm joined by an esteemed panel to help us identify the issues coming up this afternoon. Earlier this morning, we heard from different panelists who gave us quite a bit of homework for this session. We heard about high-priced elasticities. We were reminded that we are solving for the whole planet, not just climate, that there are biodiversity issues. We heard about the fact that we are looking to save people and not just jobs. And we also heard from the different panels about the fact that this is a continuum, that it's not just about the now and where we're going to end up, but that transition is a journey, and we have to think about multiple layers of issues. So to help me tackle the homework for central banks and the monetary policy piece is Professor Veronica Guerrieri of the University of Chicago. Also joining us is the Governor of the Central Bank of Brazil, Roberto Campos Neto, as well as the Governor of the Bank of Portugal, Mario Centeno. So thank you very much for joining me. So Veronica, if you could kick us off, please. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks so much to the BIS for inviting us to write this report. This is a joint work with Lucrezia Reichling, who is here, and Luca Fornaro, who are both here to help me tackle the hard questions. So, I mean, by now, by this point of the day, everybody's convinced that the green transition is an emergency and necessary for our planet to survive. So what many countries have done is to implement different types of policy to help with the green transition, and in particular, many types of policy to try to reduce the level of emissions. These policies may have been in terms of carbon taxes or in terms of other regulatory constraints, like the ETS in the euro area, but the objective is common, is just to reduce emission. And the long-term benefits of this type of policies are clear, right? It's really to help the planet to survive, to improve the climate change, and reduce the destruction of the planet. But the problem is that, and what people have been talking less about and debating less about, and this morning we had some of this discussion, is that there are going to be some short-term costs. And these costs are necessary because the green transition is going to imply a big transformation of the economy, big collapse of some sectors and emergence of others. So it's like Pisani-Ferry and Co. As said in one of his reports, is like an industrial revolution, and it's a big transition for the economy. So in particular, we are going to focus on this report on the challenges that central bankers are going to face when there are going to be these transition costs for the green transition. And we are going to look both at how the green transition is going to change the environment where the central banks operates, and so what are the different trade-offs, and how monetary policy in turn can affect the green transition. I mean, to be upfront, we are going to assume that central bankers do not have an explicit objective of helping the climate, but we are going to just look positively at what are going to be the effect on the green transition given policy choices. And then if there are explicit objectives, even better. So there are three main results and three main points that we want to make with this report. First of all, how do we model, how do we think about the green transition is very important for policy. So we are going to think about the green transition as a negative supply shock. And as such, this is going to mean a harder trade-off and menu of possibility between inflation and employment for central bankers. Second of all, in particular, this type of negative supply shock is going to be an asymmetric shock because it's going to hit some sectors of the economy, the ones that produce high emissions, more than others, the green sectors. And because of that, actually the trade-off, the menu of inflation employment pairs that the central banks can work with is even worse. Why? Well, because if the shock is in particular on the dirty sectors, then there is need for relative price movement. It's important that the price of dirty goods goes up relatively to the good ones so that there is reallocation of resources, and this process of transformation is going to happen. But if we live in a world where there are some nominal rigidities, wages are slow to adjust, prices are slow to adjust, then to have relative price movement, there is going to be more inflation. So in part, some degree of inflation is going to be a symptom of these relative price movements, but these relative price movements are necessary and in part efficient because they're going to help with the transition. Finally, the third and very important point is that we cannot think about the green transition without talking about innovation. And we have talked this morning a lot about investment in capital for scaling up, investment in R&D for technological progress. And so when we think that innovation is endogenous, also in that case, there are costs of monetary policy that go beyond the short-run effect if we want to think about the perspective of the green transition. Because if green technologies and investment in green technologies are more sensitive to monetary policy, as I will try to argue and I will show you some data that confirm that, then tight monetary policy also means reallocating innovation from green to dirty, or slowing down the investment in green technology and slowing down in the medium run the transformation of the economy. Now, this is all in the perspective of monetary policy, so what do I want, or what do we want you to take from that? So should the central bank just let inflation go up? I want you to think about this report in two ways. First of all, it's just a wake-up call for central bankers that we are going to live during the green transition in an environment where necessarily there is going to be pressure towards higher inflation. Because we are going to live in a world where there are going to be a series of supply negative shocks that are going to push up the Phillips curve. And in an environment where there is going to be more volatile inflation. Now, how to respond to that? Well, in part, this inflation is necessary for the transformation. And so first thing is that we have to be aware of the fact that if we are going to fight inflation very harsh, there are going to be much larger drop in activity cost in terms of employment than in normal times. But is the solution just forget about inflation? Of course not, because we are always worried about the anchoring of inflation expectations. And so our answer is we should try to coordinate better monetary policy with fiscal policy and conventional monetary policy with our other potential tools of monetary policy, like targeted credit policy, that can help incentivize innovation in the green sector, and so help a successful green transition, leaving the space for a central banker to control inflation. Okay? So let me go on and first focus on the interpretation of the green transition as a negative supply shock. So what I'm going to show you first is a VAR analysis that we have done on the euro area to look at the response of the euro area to an unexpected increase in gas prices. Now, we know that the euro area is a big importer of gas, and so an increase in gas prices means a big drop in the stock of gas available in the economy, as you can see from the top middle panel up there. Is there a pointer here? No, okay. This means that how we interpret this? Well, we interpret an increasing gas price as similar to the effect that a green regulator would like to have in response to regulation that try to reduce emissions. So this means that we can interpret this VAR as the response to a green regulation. And Diego Kanzig has run a similar VAR more in response directly to the ETS and has very similar results. So it's comforting that the results are similar. So what are the first two main implications of this shock? Inflation is going up, but also unemployment rate is going up. So clearly this is a negative supply shock in standard terms. Now, there is though a specific feature of this particular negative supply shock, that is that inflation is going to be heterogeneous across sectors. And in particular, because this is an increase in gas, this means that sectors that use more intensively energy are going to have a bigger increase in inflation, while sectors that don't use so much intensively energy, and maybe actually there are going to be a reduction in prices and in inflation. And so here are two examples, the transport sector and the restaurant hotel sector, and you can see that the effect on inflation is very different. Okay, so this is the relative price movement I was talking about. In response to an increase in gas, you want to reallocate resources, and you are going to reallocate the resources away from the sectors that use gas more intensively to the others, and this is going to happen through a response in prices, in relative prices. Now, to kind of organize idea and understand this mechanism, we use a framework. A simple New Keynesian model where we have two types of intermediate goods, dirty and green. And how we model the green regulation is going to be a cap on the production of dirty goods. And so this already means that once we have a cap on these dirty goods, the Phillips curve, the aggregate Phillips curve, is going to be nonlinear, because as employment increases, at some point we want to produce more of goods, green and dirty, but at some point we are going to hit the constraint, we cannot produce more dirty goods. So what's going to happen? Prices are going to increase more. And so this is the steeper part of the Phillips curve. So the fact that we have this cap on dirty goods means that we are going to live in an environment with higher inflation volatility, because if we are hit by demand shock that make employment fluctuates, we are going to go more often in the steeper part of the Phillips curve, and so inflation potential is going to rise a lot. So this is the first thing to keep in mind. Second, we actually are going to represent the green transition as a progressive tightening of the green regulation, as our objective is to decarbonize fully by 2050. This is going to be like a gradual tightening of this constraint. And so this means that we can interpret this in terms of our model as a shift upward of the Phillips curve. So let me show you what happens here. The blue line is a standard Phillips curve, employment on the x-axis, inflation on the y-axis. It's upward sloping and linear. Once we have some constraint, supply constraint on the dirty sector, it becomes nonlinear, and the red dashed line is the Phillips curve with the constraint, which means that when we go above L bar, the constraint is going to bind for the dirty sector. And when we think about the transition, we are going to think about a shift of this red curve to the left, upward, to the green line, which is a Phillips curve with a tighter constraint. And you can see that now the central bankers, if they want to keep employment at full employment, now they have to accept a higher inflation. So in this sense, the trade-off is worse, or the menu is worse for the central bankers. Now here, for concreteness, we look at also the impulse response of our economy to a one-time permanent, this time tightening of the constraint. In the paper, we do more exercise to think a more realistic gradual tightening, but here just to give you the flavor of what's happening. So here we have two types of line, blue and red. What does it mean? It's two different extreme versions of central bank policy. The blue lines represent a situation where the central bank wants to keep the economy at full employment. In that case, when the constraint on the dirty goods becomes binding, what's happening is that the economy is going to experience a high inflation. And the high inflation is going to come from the fact that actually to keep the economy at full employment, relative prices, the constraint is going to bind, relative price of dirty goods are going to increase. And so because nominal wages are sluggish, to adjust, this is going to mean higher inflation. There is going to be a drop in productivity because the constraint is tighter, so we can use less one of the inputs. But it's small, and if you look at GDP, GDP goes down, but not by much in this case, in this simulation. Now, what if the central bank wants to fight this inflation? And let's do the extreme. They want to keep inflation at 0, a target. And that's the red dashed line. In that case, to keep inflation at 0, the only way is to accept a big drop in employment, a big drop in activity. And this is coming about because there is not going to be enough relative price movement in the goods, in the dirty goods sector. So dirty goods now are going to be relatively more expensive than before, and so this is going to slow down the transition, and so in the transitions we are going to suffer a drop in economic activity. Okay, so this is the trade-off. So this to say that we may want to fight inflation because we may be worried about the anchoring in expectations, but if we do so, we are in a scenario where we have green regulation, the costs in terms of employment and real activity are going to be larger. Now, how about innovation? So we said we have this tightening in the constraint to dirty goods. And so this is going to reduce productivity, I just said. But of course, productivity is endogenous. So we want to consider also what is going to be the effect on innovation and productivity growth. So in order to do so, first we look at the data and we try to understand how green firms and dirty firms respond differently to financial conditions in terms of investment in R&D, capital investments. One first graph that I'm going to show you is from a paper by Martin et al. The left panel here shows the net gearing of the sector of power and renewables relatively to metal and mining and oil and gas. And you can see that the net gearing of the renewables is much larger than the others, meaning that they rely much more on debt than equity. So these paired to the fact that if you look at the right panel, the cost of debt, the weighted average cost of debt for renewables seem to be have been gone up much more during the recent period than the others, of course means that green investment is going to be more sensitive to this increase in the cost, and so it's going to reduce the investment in green technology. We have done our own exercise and then looked more systematically to the Compustat public firms, try to split them according to the patents that they have in green and non-green, and looked at the response of R&D investment to a negative monetary shock, in particular an increase of 25 basis points of the short-term interest rate. And from this figure, we see that the green investment in the R&D investment of green firms respond negatively, dropped in response to this contraction of monetary policy in a sizable way, while the R&D investment in dirty firms or non-green firms actually barely moves. So this again confirming our point that green investment is more sensitive to financial conditions, in particular in this case to monetary policy, than dirty investments. So then we introduce innovation in our model, and we consider how technological progress both in green and dirty sectors is going to respond to monetary policy. And so during the green transition, investment in the green technology relatively to the dirty technology is more sensitive. We are to the monetary policy, like in the data, in our model, because dirty firms have a shorter horizon, because now we know that there is going to be a cap, as we were discussing before. If you know that that the dirty sector is going to die, nobody's going to invest in the dirty sector. Now, we can discuss whether that's optimal or not, or if we have to put some short-term adjustment to that, but this is a consequence of our model. And so and then the other thing is that green technology are also more investment in R&D in green technology are also more responsive to changes in aggregate demand, because we know the green investment, the green sectors can grow as much as we want, while dirty sectors have a cap on them. Okay? So tight monetary policy in this environment has also the additional cost of slowing down the technological progress that increase productivity in the green sector relatively to the dirty sector. Here is what happened in our model. Now we are considering a more realistic gradual tightening of the cap on dirty goods over time. And we see again, the blue is a central bank who wants to keep the economy at full employment, and red is a central bank who want to fight inflation. So everything is similar to before in terms of inflation and GDP, but the important point I want to make with this graph is that the productivity of the green sector in the green sector is growing in response to this tightening of the cap a lot, while productivity in the dirty sector, of course, is going to go down. Why? Because we have this tightening of the constraints, so suddenly there is more incentive to invest in the green sector than in the dirty sector. But if the central bank is trying to keep employment, full employment and accept inflation, productivity is going to grow much more than if a central bank tries to fight inflation. In that case, productivity in the green sector is going to grow still, but much less, while productivity in the dirty sector is barely affected, like in the data. And this is going to slow down the transition in the medium term, and so generate a sluggish response in GDP. Okay, so last figure I'm going to show you is, okay, so what? And as I was saying before, I mean, we don't want to claim that we shouldn't care about inflation, so what can we do? Well, we need additional instruments to help us incentivize innovation in the green technology, and at the same time being able to control inflation. And so in this graph, we introduce a targeted credit policy. Could be also a subsidy, a fiscal policy subsidy to innovation. Qualitatively, it would be similar, the fact. But once we introduce this targeted credit policy to investment in the green sector, we can do that so that the productivity in the green sector actually grows as much as it would if the central bank was keeping full employment as a target. But instead now, the central bank can keep inflation at zero and still obtain much more growth in the green sector relatively to the dirty sector. So let me conclude. So the long-term benefits of the green transition are clear and evident to everybody. What is important to discuss, though, is that there are going to be short-term costs. And reducing carbon emission necessarily is going to mean a reduction in productivity in the short term, hopefully not in the long term, if incentives are set right for innovation in the green sector, so that that can overcome the drop in productivity due to the disappearing of dirty goods. And the problem is that during this transition, the central banks are going to face a different environment, an environment where there is going to be more pressure to higher inflation, and where if they want to fight inflation, there are going to be larger costs in terms of employment, and then there are going to be also costs in terms of slowing down the green transition. And so this has to be, we have to be conscious of that. And the solution, or the important thing for us, is that we need coordination between monetary policy and fiscal policy, and monetary policy, and using different instruments of monetary policy to make sure, if we want to make sure to keep inflation under control, but at the same time not hurting the green transition and obtaining a successful green transition. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Professor. So you've given us much food for thought, multiple price shocks, higher sacrifice ratios over the short term, asymmetric responses, more coordination. So let's travel to Brazil and hear from you, Governor Campos Neto.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah? Thank you. So I will start congratulating the authors of the paper for the wonderful paper. I'll try to do this in 3 parts. A little bit of a global context, my reactions to the paper, and then if I can at the end, I will provoke you with an idea which has been very controversial, but I think perhaps there is a way of looking at. So when you go to the global context that we have, I think the authors have contributed to this impact of climate change by looking at the effects of energy transition, implications of monetary policy. On a broader picture, if we look at the reaction of all these issues related to environment compared to the crisis of 2008 with the COVID crisis, one thing that is very, very clear is that we came out of the COVID crisis with people demanding the growth to be more sustainable and more inclusive compared to the last crisis. One of the things, when you look at climate events, and I am from Brazil, so I'm a living proof of that. They're growing at alarming rates, and if you look at flooding, it's almost exponential right now. So the transition needs to take place and needs to be coordinated. There is also clear signs that we have been hugely underestimating the physical cost, and there are some reports that are out, I think a couple of weeks on that. And also we have been underestimating the cost of the transition. It has also become clear that the climate is our mandate. I mean, look at the price and financial stability issues in Brazil. We've had many. Only this year we had to deal with that 2 or 3 times. You have the insurance sectors. That was part of a session that we had at IMF. We have the productivity issues. So the green transition is proving to be much more costly, as we've seen here. And also the inputs needed for that have been proving to be more inelastic than we anticipated. So innovation, I think, is proving to be much more difficult and much more difficult to model also than we anticipated. So we go now to the paper. Just what I was reading in the paper and going through from the green transition, pushing the central bank to the 2 phases: the empirical analysis, the theoretical framework, the shock in the gas prices, the idea of green firms against non-green firms. Then we went into this new Keynesian model with the trade-offs and the model of green transition. And then we introduced endogenous productivity on growth for both green and non-green. And in the model, green investments are more sensitive to monetary policies. So here, a couple of comments. The first one is when we look at how to model these things, it's very hard not to think about externalities, the positive externalities. How do we model externalities into that? And I try to look at the practical issue of that. And that has an implication for the elasticities clearly. So when you look at the firm side, and I look at some of the surveys from firms in Brazil, there's always the issue of the reputation, the carbon credit. So clearly, the decision to invest sometimes is not a clear cut. And the survey companies show that. On the consumer side also, you can see that the substitution from green and non-green is not so obvious. If you look at the market for protein right now, people pay more for protein if it has the label of being green or sustainable, and it has less sensitivity to prices. And now we had a big shift in the price of protein in Brazil. You can clearly see that. Also, when you look at the issuance side, if you look at the sensitivity of the green bonds against the non-green bonds, the sensitivity of the green bonds are much lower. As a matter of fact, I look at this is just data on Bloomberg. Usually green bonds are much more oversubscribed. They have more firm bids from banks because they can put on their portfolio and it goes against. So again, the whole idea is that is it ideal to use elasticities the way it was presented in terms of having the perfect substitution? I think this is one of the points. The second point is on effect of monetary policy on investment. So in most countries, prior to initiating a hike, we have a reasonably steep curve, and this is true in almost any emerging market countries. by and large, when we started the adjustment interest rate curve, what you see is a flattening of the curve. As a matter of fact, I look at data from Bloomberg also, 75% of the cases, the long end is lower than it was in the beginning at the mid-cycle. So actually, you start the cycle, and this is true in emerging market countries, but also in some developed countries, you have a massive flattening of the curve. So in that sense, would it also be true that if you have a longer time horizon, when you start a monetary policy, since the curve inverts, you actually have the opposite effect because you're actually having lower rates? And then I understand that here we looked at R&D. I took the example of greenfield investments as opposed to R&D. Greenfield investments on average 7-year duration. It's clearly impacted when you start a movement in monetary policy because you actually flatten the curve. The third point is on how central banks should react to this. And I think the consensus always tells us that we should accommodate. But I also was looking at some of the cases and actually looking at my own reality in Brazil. And it's being much more persistent. And when you look at the communication that you have to give in terms of how you should accommodate, it's difficult to separate the transitions from the other effects, very difficult to explain primary and secondary effects, and there's a huge challenge on communication. The fourth point is how to incorporate productivity in the model. And then I guess the way we look at our stars here, I think probably deserves some further investigation. And the relationship when you look at increased productivity with lower inflation and also all the things that are going on regarding EI, and I think it was mentioned here how intensive in energy consumption it is. And the last point is on carbon taxes, because it's very easy to model when you assume that all the countries have the same tax systems. But that I worked personally on that issue. And it doesn't happen this way because in Europe you have border tax adjustments, and in some other countries you don't. So when you impose taxes, it shifts a lot the incentives from countries that have border tax adjustments to countries that don't have border tax adjustments. And I think this is also very relevant. So those are my comments on the paper. If I could leave just one thing for the end, and it's very controversial, but we used to work in central banking with the principle of separation. That's basically our mantra, which basically says that for monetary policy, we use interest rate. For financial stability, we use macroprudential, and the FX is floating system. When we have a crisis, these things tend to intersect at some point in time. It's very difficult not to, right? If you believe that the climate is such a big challenge, it's almost like if you look at the same problem, thinking that eventually it's going to intersect. And it's happening already. If I have to tell you that I had to deal with 3 incidents in Brazil in 1 year, basically we're saying this is happening already. And if it's true in monetary policy that when intersects, it's okay to use a little bit macroprudential in the sense of substitute or complement to monetary policy. If you think that this green issue, this green thing is actually taking us to the same place, shouldn't we be thinking the same way? That in some point in time, we should be using some macroprudential to regulate this or to, using the same sense and the same logical that we already apply to monetary policy. And if that is the case, should we be, for example, charging a higher price of capital for banks that have non-green investment and things like that? I think this is a very highly controversial issue. But the more and more we look at this, and the more and more I see that these things are intersecting, the more this question comes to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Governor Centeno, over to you.
Okay, I'm going to stand because I speak faster when I stand. And since we are under control of time, thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a great report. Thank you, Veronica, Lucrecia, and Luca for producing this. It is obviously a timely topic. The framework is great, and it is very important for us to take decisions very well informed. I especially like this idea of treating green transition as a structural transformation. Because when we think about structural transformation, we think about taking time to adapt. And it is quite important in this case because we need investments to be optimal. And in the sessions this morning, we already we were confronted already with this idea that we are not getting enough investment out of this. And I think that we may be creating here something that in contract theory we call a node-up problem. And why a node-up problem? Because we don't get a decent marginal return for the investment given the costs, the marginal costs of these investments. And whenever this happens, investment is and will be suboptimal. One of the reasons, maybe it's a question for this happening, is because we are already working the model and the situation backwards. So we know that we have limits, hard limits, say the 2035 for the cars, the automotive industry that we heard this morning. And when we start working the problem backwards to today, we start feeling that restriction already now. And this may be one of the reasons why it is becoming suboptimal. I'm going to split my discussion in two parts, one more canonical, where I raise 4 questions around these 4 topics here: the sensitivity to interest rates, carbon tax design, elasticity of substitution, and the horizon of monetary policy. All this is in the report. And then out of the slides and out of the box as well, I have a few questions that I think are important for monetary policy design to be concerned with. So, interest rate sensitivity. The paper goes in a way that green regulation reduces the horizon of firms producing dirty goods, making their investment plans relatively insensitive to monetary shocks. And the challenge to this idea that I'd like to put to the authors is, well, maybe dirty firms have a shorter horizon than clean firms, so they should be, at the end, more sensitive to monetary policy. As monetary policy affects short-term real interest rates the most, what will be the result of this in the context of the model? On carbon tax design, the paper goes in a way that it uses carbon tax design as a supply constraint on dirty goods. In this sense, it represents a limit on carbon emissions. But in Europe, for example, the EU, the ETS system and the ETS revenue must be used to support investment in clean energy and low carbon technologies. A suggestion to the model will be for the analysis to consider that the carbon tax revenue is used to subsidize the production of the clean intermediate goods in the model, and a carbon tax and another alternative will be a carbon tax that varies with the quantity of the dirty good. Also, we can say that the increase in the slope of the Phillips curve would be lower if the carbon tax revenue subsidizes the production of clean intermediate goods. This is a question. On the elasticity of substitution of intermediate goods. The paper considers that dirty intermediates and clean intermediates are perfect substitutes, but fossil fuels and clean fuels are not perfect substitutes. The choice of parameters in the model implies an elasticity equals to 2, but we have lower values in the literature. So these lower values for this elasticity may imply smoother effects. Is this a possibility? And finally, the horizon of monetary policy. Policies implemented by monetary authorities are usually evaluated over 2 years periods. It's the horizon in which monetary policy operates. And beyond that, monetary policy will have no effect on real variables. If inflation expectations are well anchored, how differences in relative prices, dirty versus clean goods, can translate into inflation beyond the monetary policy window. And another question will be, what would be the risks of a de-anchoring of inflation expectations in this setting? There is also a large debate in monetary policy about the neutral interest rate, and the question is, how do you envisage climate change affecting this neutral interest rate? And before concluding, let me raise a few questions out of the box and out of the slides. Do we think really that monetary policy can stay outside the trade-off between green transition and, let me be dramatic, the climate collapse? Can we wonder how this may happen? And then another way to put it, what does it mean, a nominal anchor, when the world is sinking and relative prices are changing, sometimes abruptly? How can we think about the nominal anchor in such a dramatic world? Can innovation, and innovation was mentioned this morning and by you as well, you treat it as endogenous, but can we think of innovation as helping us looking through the green supply shock? How hopeful can we be that innovation can also react to these hard limits that we see in terms of regulation and the world in which everything develops? I'm almost done. In a way, when criticism about monetary policy conduct coming from the report, it's not your stance, but it may be the result, is that monetary policy can be seen as an obstacle to transition, and in some sense, it will be supporting the status quo. Can we be really into this trap? And I start with contract theory. I think the best way we decision makers have to go to the academia also and to listen from you is to think of a design, sort of a mechanism that can describe the way forward with fiscal, monetary, and regulation seen as complements. I like a lot your prescription about coordination. And can we envisage a way to use all these dimensions of economic policy to design a mechanism that aligns incentives and commitments for the time that we have to adjust in this world of climate change? Or, and this is my last sentence, are we better off playing a non-cooperative game that, in my experience as decision maker, ends up in a blame and shame situation? What can you say to us through your model to help us avoid this last situation that is usually very, very dramatic for our citizens? Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. I will turn to the audience soon, but let me allow the professor to respond to what she's heard from our two discussants who certainly had a bit of homework for you to consider.
Okay, thanks so much for both discussions. They're all great ideas to think more about that. So let me just take some of the questions. So let's start with the externality. Of course, the externality is very important when we think about the green transition, and we didn't model it explicitly, but the idea is that the externality is behind the green regulation. So we think that the quality of the environment is affecting our lives, production, everything, and so the government stepped in and put some regulation because private agents don't internalize the externality. So we need, as was said this morning, we need regulation to incorporate that, and it would be interesting to do it more explicitly, maybe. The other point was that both of you raised was about we assume perfect substitutability between dirty and clean goods. This we do for actually it's against us in the sense that so we do it for simplicity, but if the goods were complemented, our results would be even stronger, because once you have an increase in employment and you want to increase production of both dirty and green goods, but to increase green goods you need to increase more dirty, the constraint is going to bind even more. So I agree that in reality probably goods are more complement, but this is just going to make our results stronger. So if one does a more quantitative, this is more like a stylized model, but if we go more quantitative, that would be definitely important to consider. Very interesting thing about the sensitivity of green bonds. We should look into that. I don't know if I don't have anything to say right now about that. Another point that I think is common in the discussion was to think about how innovation is going to change the slope of the Phillips curve. And I agree, I mean, if we do subsidies, if the current policy use the tax revenue to subsidize, or in general, if we think about innovation, and yes, definitely it will, and that will help, but it's not going to happen on impact. So the central bankers will still have to face a steep Phillips curve at the moment of the green transition. When these subsidies and this innovation are going to kick in, then this is going to help mitigate the problem, but it's not going to be in the very short run, unfortunately. And R star, you mentioned, yes, that's an important discussion. In our model, it's linked to productivity. In the simple, if we do not have innovation, productivity overall goes down. And then the question is, what's going to happen to our star depends on how much really we can innovate so that we overcome this drop. And hopefully the idea is that we can incentivize enough innovation so that our star, the productivity overall is gonna go up. Okay, and I'm very sympathetic to the idea that we should do more macroprudential or more complex coordination of policies to think about these issues. The other points that I didn't cover about the last discussion, interest rate sensitivity, interest sensitivity of the green versus the dirty. So, okay, theoretically, there are probably two effects that the one you're thinking about is probably that, the green technology maybe is going to have cash flow more later in the future and not right away. But there is the other thing that is, if we instead think about firms that have a longer horizon, you're going to discount, when you think about innovation, you're going to think about the flow, the expected flow of profits over time. So you're going to use the short-term interest rate to discount this flow of profits. And this is going to be even more important for the long run than the short run. So there are these two effects going on, that the first that you think about is going to go in the direction of short-term rate, maybe matter more for the dirty one. This other effect goes in the other direction. We looked at the data as it's a very stark look at the data, but there are other empirical papers that seems to argue that actually green, Aguillon and co-author have another paper look at the auto industry in particular data. It seems that green investment actually are going to respond more, but of course it's open and there is more need to data, empirical work for that. Carbon tax design, yes, subsidy, the fact that the tax revenues are used for subsidies is great, and actually we can use our framework to think about the positive effect of doing that. 2-year periods, yeah, I mean, I guess we argue that actually we should lengthen the horizon. Probably 2-year periods is not necessarily, once we are in a green transition, enough to think about the effect of the policy. In general, I mean, I don't want to take too much time, but there are all your comments at the end about the nominal anchor, like the more generally what central bank can do to. I mean, I think that an important thing is that if we think that with the green transition, we are going to face an environment where inflation is going to be, there's going to be a push towards higher inflation. There are two effects potentially. On the one hand, you say, okay, then we have even to be more worried about the anchoring of inflation expectation because, you know, COVID was one shock and then it went away. But if we keep having shocks like that, then maybe we should be more worried. But on the other hand, actually, the counter argument is, well, no, maybe to be credible, we need to embrace that, be aware of that, and maybe increase the anchor, increase the target, or maybe increase the horizon where we are thinking about that. Because we could try to keep the inflation down, but then if credibly is not that possible, because I mean we don't want to sink our economies, then it's better to be upfront, ex ante, be more upfront about that, and maybe that could pay off more, of course, on top of other policy and so on. I don't know if my co-authors have anything to add.
Maybe on this last point.
1 second.
On this last point, I mean, there is, even with respect to financial stability, there is the idea that you should link the horizon of the inflation target to the cost of disinflation. Mm-hmm. In a way, you know, you could argue the same given with the cost of the transition. So a lot of these ideas could transfer to the cost of the transition.
Okay, I think that naturally takes us to a discussion with our audience. We will start right here in the front. We have a hand. If I could just ask you, for the benefit of our online audience, for everyone to introduce yourselves, apologies, and then we'll move straight to the questions.
So Pierre Wunsch, I was in the previous panel. Thank you for this paper, which in terms of results, quantitatively I find quite intuitive. So I will not repeat the argument. I have more a question in terms of materiality, because if I look at our own numbers in terms of the impact of the supply shock, which I really kind of interpret as a TFP shock, it's like 10 basis points per year, which is also more or less in line with the IMF numbers. So to have an impact of a cost shock, cost push on inflation, you need rigidities, of course, but you need a shock that is relatively substantial. Because if the shock is quite small, then, you know, it's just part of noise. So I would basically argue that, I mean, although qualitatively the trade-offs that you mentioned are probably correct, that they are so small, if we don't see it as a shock, but something that is going to be spread over a long period, that they probably don't really matter. And you only need oil and gas prices, and there was the discussion of the first panel, to go down structurally to lower levels in the coming 20 years to more than compensate for that. So I guess my question is, what kind of size is your supply shock? Because I have like 10 basis points per year. It looks like you have much more than that.
Okay, I'm going to request that we take a few more questions. Okay. Most are centered here in the middle. Go ahead, Benoit.
Yes, Benoit Majon, BIS. Hi. Yes, so I have two questions essentially on the model. So you presented this steeper Phillips curve with basically what you did not have in the steeper Phillips curve is that you would have an IRU or a level of employment that would be lower as a result of the supply shock. And so I'm not sure what horizon you have in mind in terms of stressing that your trade-off is, it's not only the trade-off that your Phillips curve is steeper, in which case actually the sacrifice ratio for lowering inflation is going to be better because you need less output reduction to stabilize inflation. But I mean, at the kink, basically, if you would prolong the new Phillips curve that you have, you would be at a lower level of employment permanently. And so I was wondering how you thought about that. And in terms of the complementarity of instruments, I was wondering whether you thought of fiscal policy predominantly or more the type of sectoral policy, sectoral monetary policy that we see that the People's Bank of China and to some extent the Bank of Japan have with their lending facilities for green investment and green sectors.
Okay, I'll take 2 more questions. Okay, go ahead, LS. And then there's one hand at the back.
So thank you, Veronica. That was a very provoking paper. And it's sort of a different exercise than the one we're used to do, which we assume the structure of the economy is given, and then we just analyze shocks. But you're doing something different, right? Because there's an anticipation of a transition, and you're trying to guide us through that transition. So that's a very valuable exercise. I just wanted to push you a little bit on what is the counterfactual of the reaction of monetary policy. Because this is essentially a setup where you study transition issues, not physical damage issues. But I think the right counterfactual is if the transition occurs slower, right? Then we start receiving additional sources of shocks, which are not modeled here. And I'm not saying that you should model them because mixing transition with physical damage is very complicated, but they should be acknowledged. Because if the transition takes longer, then we start observing a distraction of the capital stock as well. And that's a sort of a different negative supply shock that I think should be at least mentioned, and I think makes the argument stronger, because going slow is also inflationary, but it's just inflationary through a different channel.
Thank you. Let's take a hand right there at the back, and then we'll return to our panel.
I'm Eli Remolona from the Central Bank of the Philippines. I like the results because they're kind of similar to our results when we look at supply shocks in general. As you know, we've been through a period of very large supply shocks, and we've decided not to look through these supply shocks because they have spillover effects on inflation expectations. And the second round effects have prices that are sticky downwards. I think the stickiness of prices is absent from your model. We are a fast-growing economy. We've been growing at 6%, and the fast growth requires a lot of relative price changes. So we think we need a relatively high inflation target. Instead of 2%, we're saying around 3% should be our inflation target, and that's to accommodate relative price changes. And I wonder whether your paper has basically the same logic to it.
Okay, so let's start. Governors, feel free to chip in terms of your thoughts once she's done. Go ahead. Let's start with the model.
Okay, so I'm going to start in reverse order, okay? So yes, absolutely. No, that's great to know that the Central Bank of Philippines is talking about that. It's exactly the same logic we have. We think that we have sticky wages in our model. We could have any type of nominal rigidities. This makes necessarily relative price changes translate into higher inflation. And so, again, for credibility reasons, we think that increase the target may be one way of doing it, make the horizon longer another, but definitely it's an important result in our framework. So yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for the suggestion. So there are, in our paper, the fact that, we have some reduction in productivity, physical productivity goes down in response of the tightening, of the constraint on dirty goods becoming binding. But of course, we may have much worse effect if we consider also investment in capital utilization, human capital, or everything that would make a slower transition a worse outcome to arrive to the right, if we think that we're going to arrive there, then it's better to do it quicker for many different reasons that are not in the model, and so we should definitely mention that. Benoit, so you're absolutely right that a steeper Phillips curve would mean a better trade-off in the sense of the sacrifice rate. But what really happens here is not really the steepening. The steepening is part of the modeling, but is the shift that is what we think about as a green transition. So the fact that the curve is shifting, and we are thinking that it's shifting, keep shifting gradually, it's going to make for a central banker to keep, for example, employment at a natural level, you have to accept a higher inflation, or if you want to reduce inflation, you have to accept a drop. So the menu available to the central banker is getting worse because of the shift, not because of the steepening. The steepening, the nonlinear part is going to generate more inflation volatility in response to potentially to demand shocks. Absolutely. And then, what do we have in mind when we think about this last exercise with alternative policies? Well, we have been talking a lot about the targeted credit policies similar to the ones that China has done, that we think is one potential fruitful policy. But we think that we haven't modeled more specifically the type of policy. So I think that it's an open question to think more quantitatively which policies are more effective, if subsidies or credit policies, depending on all the quantitative responsiveness of how much debt is in the green sector, how much longer is the horizon. There are many different pieces of the puzzle, and it may vary also country by country. And this is an interesting question. And then finally, how big is this supply shock? Okay, so it's interesting that you say that you think that the supply shock that we are facing with the green regulation is small. I think that we have said that we are going to have to accelerate a lot. We have been talking about that there is going to need a lot of acceleration in reduction on emission to match the decarbonization by 2050. So I believe that maybe we haven't seen the tightening of the constraint yet, or a very big supply shock yet. But our idea is that actually this is going to become more and more relevant, and these shifts may be sizable. So now I don't remember exactly how. Luca, do you remember how big is the supply shock in basis point?
I think the VR is based on historical analysis, so this is not, it's not very indicative of the size of the supply shock that you may face in the future. But I think the way to calibrate is to look at what has been the effect of the ETS in Europe, and then try to extrapolate, what would that mean in other jurisdictions. So, and directly on the ETS, there are some calculation that Diego Danzig has done. But the idea is that the ETS will have to be more and more intrusive, right? So this is going to be, if this is a big structural transformation, it's going to bite.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Pisani-Ferri report, he has some numbers also on what that might look like if we want to reach the target for 2030 in terms of productivity. Effect on productivity. So that would be the way to look.
Just explain where I am, where it comes from, my number.
Yeah.
Very quickly, just to explain where my number comes from. So it's in line with the IMF. It's just if you take an average abatement cost per ton of slightly above 150 euro per ton, for a country like Belgium, it is a shock of 3% of GDP, more or less. But if you spread that over 25 years, and 3% of GDP is a shock. It's a structural oil shock, which is also a little bit what Jean was coming with, a structural oil shock. But 3% of GDP over 25 years, that's 10 basis points per year. And we have a high emission country. I mean, we emit 10 tons per inhabitant. That's like France is at 6. So I think, you know, the materiality still matters because, again, I think the results of the paper are intuitively, you know, even I would say relatively obvious. But is it big enough if it's spread over that kind of period that it really matters? I think that to me would be the question.
Yeah, I mean, we have that to answer exactly this question, we need to make a much more serious quantitative assessment of the model. Right now, it's more stylized, and I think it's very useful to do that.
Okay, let's check if there are more questions. We are 5 minutes before the end of our session. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian Orr, Reserve Bank of New Zealand. I was keen, Roberto, and probably to tee it up for the next session as well. What work have you seen or thought about, particularly from the BIS, around macro-prudential tools influencing the allocation of capital on the way through? And my second question, while I've got it, what, if anything, did you hear at the IMF around promotion of, it seems to be the Southern Hemisphere or emerging market countries that are going to be vastly impacted more than developed economies. So anything at the IMF around incentivising debt relief for doing good things, such as moving the transition?
Thank you.
Okay.
There's one more hand on this side. No? All right. Okay. Back to you, Governor.
Yeah. No, my point was just to provoke, because at the end we have this big debate on what is our mandate, right? And our mantra is always the principle of separation. So we don't want to mix prudential with monetary policy, and the effects is always floating. But in every time in monetary policy that we have the extreme event, we say, okay, in the extreme cases, there is an intersection between prudential and monetary. If you think that climate works more or less in the same way, the argument that our mandate should not cross that area goes away, because the way we are seeing climate events is probably going to push us to the same argument that we have with monetary policy. And if that is true, my provocation was, shouldn't we be thinking of that in terms of also prudential measures? In the case of Brazil, for example, we created a Bureau of Green Credit, which is basically an open finance for green credit. So you started to charge more the banks to finance unsustainable activities. I know it's very controversial and I know it's very debatable, but my only point is, if we think at the extreme in monetary policy, these things intersect, and if you think that climate events will take us to the same place, you can use the same argument.
All right, so Governor, as you're talking, you are reminding me of a panel that we had at the IMF that was on insurance protection gaps. And we are seeing insurance costs that are being a larger part of CPI. So do you start to see that type of interface coming up as you are getting higher and higher insurance claims and insurance coverage, which do have a mechanism, a way that we're pricing it in monetary policy, and we see the cost of insurance becoming larger and larger? And is that a point of intersection? And how are we discussing these insurance issues between the two?
Actually, you can model my argument using the model that you have for insurance pricing. It's exactly the same. So you hit the perfect point. And when I think about that, I think about how to price insurance and where those extremes meet. I would be like a much longer explanation than that, but I don't think we have time for that here.
Okay, we have got some homework for the next panel, including whether this nominal anchor that we have in monetary policy makes sense anymore, and what does it look like if everything is falling apart, and what does it mean in a real structural sense? And this coordination, what does it look like in practical ways? And what we're missing here that we can't bring into the room is whether on the fiscal side, the thoughts around coordination and what it is that has to be happening is happening in the right way. So that's a bit of homework for all of us as we go back to our home jurisdictions to be thinking about, well, what is the matching and what does it look like? We've also been given a bit of homework around how do we think about neutral rates in this context, a bit more homework for us to think about the size of the shocks that we're modeling. Of course, now we're talking about the transition that we're working towards, assuming that there are no climate events in the background, right? So when we start to impose those into the discussion, I think we need some more dynamic reflections. So any final words from the panel as we wrap up? We'll start with you, Governor.
I'm okay with yours. Honestly, you did a great job.
Okay, so go ahead.
In response to what you were saying, I think that's exactly the point. So you were saying, like, if climate change is going to be an emergency, then we're going to have always an emergency, and then we lose. So that's exactly why we have to think carefully about what we expect, so that we are more credible ex ante, and we think, and we are not going to arrive to the point of the emergency. If we know that we are going to be in a more inflationary environment, in a sense, it's better to acknowledge that and to somehow prepare to that rather than wait for the emergency.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant, because we already have macroprudentials for that not to happen.
Exactly.
But when you look at climate, we don't do that because we think it's outside our mandate.
Exactly.
So I was trying to present the same argument to get to that point.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much all. Thank you.
Take a break, and the conference will resume at 4:25 p.m. Central European Time with a final event on the program. I promise you won't want to miss it. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. This is the last item of the conference program. It's a governors panel. I will say no more because the lineup speaks for itself. And I will only say now that I will invite Andrea Meschler, Deputy General Manager of the Bank for International Settlements, to introduce this final panel and chair this final panel.
Thank you very much, Corinne. It's a great pleasure and delight for me to be chairing the panel, the last panel of the day. Last but not least, and it's a real pleasure. We have, as you can see yourself, 4 distinguished panelists that really do not require any introduction in the capacity of governors of the respective central banks. Let me just introduce them, and I'll say a little bit more afterwards. So with me on the stage, it's a great pleasure to have here Governor Kazuo Ueda from the Bank of Japan. Thank you very much for joining today's panel. We have President Christine Lagarde. It's a great pleasure to have you here. I don't need to say President of the ECB. And last, on my left, we have José Luis Escriva, newly appointed Governor of the Bank of Spain, for you too. It's a great pleasure to have you. We have online François Villeroy de Galhau, Gouverneur de la Banque de France, who I have to say, he has here, I want to put him 2 hats directly. He's Gouverneur de la Banque de France, but also the Banque de France is the great supporter, has the secretariat of the NGFS, the network of the greening of the financial sector. And I must say, thank you very much for your support in this area. So all of you.
Sorry for not being with you physically this afternoon.
François will make sure that we will not even notice that you're not here with us physically, I am sure. Look, each of our panelists are uniquely positioned to tell us a little bit how they see the challenges of climate change and what it means for their mandate of monetary stability. I also want to take this opportunity because we are here to have these central banks here and to really add that all of them have been particular supporters of the Green Swan Conference, either because they're co-hosting today's event or because they have co-hosted previous events with us. So I do want to take this opportunity to not only thank our panelists, whom we will hear, but also the teams behind the scene who have been tremendous job to help us organize today's event. So thank you very much. So I come to the last panel. The last panel is often a time for reflection, for also trying to look not only backward, but also forward. So we have heard today, right, climate change, it's both about physical risk, the risk of more frequent, and this is something that we're likely to see, more frequent, more regular, more persistent risks, but also transitions risk, the risk created from moving to brown to green, the transition risk that come with it. When these risks materialize in economics, we talk about adverse supply shocks. The interesting thing is until, and Sabina, you mentioned it in your introductory remark, until the COVID crisis, until the recent inflationary episode that we have had, central banks used to look through adverse supply shocks. Today, it is not clear that central banks will have the same approach, or at least they will take great care before taking the decision to what extent you can look through, i.e. adjust or accept a certain amount of inflation volatility due to such supply shocks. So the question we're going to be asking here today is first, how do we think about these supply shocks coming from climate risk? How do they affect the economy? And second, what does it mean from a central banking perspective in terms of the mandate? So we're going to organize it in 2 rounds, exactly those rounds, one about the economic impact and the second, what does it mean from a monetary policy perspective? So let me go directly into the question about how do central banks think about the importance of, on the one hand, physical risk versus risk due to the transition. And how do you think about the trade-off between the two, and what are the most notable economic impacts? Governor Ueda, can I ask you to tell us a little bit about Japan's transition strategy, given the prominence of certain hard-to-abate sectors that you have in Japan? We've heard one of them. It was wonderful to have someone on our panel earlier this morning. And what are the macroeconomic impact of this transition in Japan?
Yes, certainly. I feel a bit uneasy today because I know very little about climate change's physical risks, except that summer I know that summer is getting hotter and hotter. Also, I didn't write or craft this Japan's transition strategy myself. It's the government who wrote it. But I felt a bit relieved to hear what was discussed in the previous session, because that's fairly related to what I'm going to talk about. So Japan's transition strategy is composed or will come in 2 stages. In the first stage, we will pay a lot of subsidies to green investment. In the second stage, we'll slowly phase in carbon pricing. Now, the justification is the usual one. That is the existence of hard-to-abate industries, adjustment costs needed for resource reallocations from the brown to green sectors, backlash from the sectors incurring more tax burdens, and time and costs needed for developing green technology. Now, more specifically, for Japan, the share of hard-to-abate industries, such as steel and chemicals, without fully established green technologies, is still fairly high compared with those in other countries. Furthermore, we still have to rely on fossil fuel power generation, including coal-fired plants, as an important source of electricity supply, given Japan's geographic features such as the lack of interconnected line, limited shallow seas, and limited flat land areas excluding forests. Also, the earthquake we had back in the early 2010s had a lot to do with the continued use of coal. Japan's government has designed its green transition strategy, taking into account these features carefully, as I said. Specifically, in the first phase, the government is going to provide fiscal support to firms making investment for green transition. This will amount to about 20 trillion yen in total, which is about 3% of GDP over the next 10 years, and will be funded by issuance of Japan climate transition bonds. In the second phase, the government plans to introduce carbon pricing gradually for the purpose of scaling down economic activities in the brown sector. This approach intends to minimize economic and social costs of transitory transition, and thereby making it smooth and orderly by sequencing fiscal support and carbon pricing in a cautious manner. According to the government's estimate, Japan will need to spend over 150 trillion yen in investment in green transition over the next 10 years to achieve carbon neutrality. In this regard, the 20 trillion yen fiscal support I just talked about will help achieve the target if various indirect effects of the subsidies are taken into consideration. Japan climate transition bonds will be repaid with the proceeds from carbon pricing. Carbon pricing will be introduced at a lower level initially and will be raised in a phased manner gradually. Specifically, Japan's government plans to implement both quantity control and price control. As quantity control tools, the government will operate full-fledged emissions trading systems in fiscal 2026 and launch rationing of emission allowance for power generation companies in fiscal 2033. As price control, the government will begin to impose surcharges on fossil fuel supply in fiscal 2028. Now, the impact of green transition on the Japanese economy is likely to differ depending on the stage. In the first stage, that is before carbon pricing, fiscal support will increase capital and R&D investment for green transition, putting upward pressure on the real interest rate. Indeed, a survey result shows that a significant number of firms might replace obsolete production equipment with new ones for the purpose of promoting green transition. Firms in the brown sector will decrease investments, expecting their capital stock to turn to stranded assets due to the prospective introduction of carbon pricing and the resulting deterioration of their profitability. However, increases in investment for green transition will more than compensate for such negative impacts, boosting Japan's economy as a whole. In the second stage, that is after the full implementation of carbon pricing, supply constraints caused by quantity control will act as a temporary negative supply shock to the economy, triggering an increase in inflation and a decline in economic activity. Also, carbon taxes will raise fossil fuel prices, leading to a decline in aggregate demand with spikes in headline inflation. In the longer run, however, such negative impacts of carbon pricing will be alleviated as the economic activities in the brown sector continue to shrink. I guess I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. I mean, that is really quite an ambitious program, and it's also interesting, and I'm sure we'll come back to it, to have climate transition bonds that are financed by the carbon pricing and the impact that you have both on the short term and the long term. Thank you very much, Governor. Let me maybe directly turn to Governor José Luis Escrivá. First of all, I think our thoughts are all with you and all the people who have been affected by the recent event in Valencia, which is really exactly a climate shock. So what can you tell us about the impact of climate shock? How do you see it more broadly on the economy?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this panel, to this policy panel, to you, the BIS, also to the network. Before anything, I should say that these tragic events in my country, in Spain, should serve as a stark reminder of the formidable power of nature, which we frequently underestimate at our own risk, actually. I mean, the economic consequences. I will focus maybe, although I may have a more general perspective, it might help you to use this particular event, which is actually ongoing in Spain, to put color to the way we are operating. And the economic consequences are substantial. It affects nearly 1 million people, and a very large portion of the physical productive capital, if an economic area representing about 2% of the Spanish GDP is probably very much destroyed. That's the impact. And science, climate science is telling us that unfortunately these kind of events will become more frequent over time. In this particular case, I mean, this results from a record hot water in the Mediterranean for this period of the year. This gave rise to evaporation, unprecedented evaporation, and in turn resulted in this extreme rainfall in Valencia, and followed by these devastating floods. And science is also telling us, the climate models, that this is structural, and this is resulted from a global increase in the Earth's global temperatures. So we need to be prepared to have to deal with more of this, and larger shocks and more frequent. At the Bank of Spain and in other central banks and other institutions, we are devoting increasingly resources to this kind of, to be prepared in terms of data gathering, in terms of analytical tools to deal with this issue. And actually, in this particular occasion, we are already benefiting somewhat from these models. Not only, I mean, I'm talking in real time, I mean, these days, not only in helping or providing inputs to the government in designing a targeted response to the consequences of this flood, but also certainly for ourselves. In the domain of central banking and more general, I would say, for regulators and financial supervisors. No doubt we are already doing that. And this helps us to not only to monitor the situation in real time, but also to be able to design certain measures, both at the macro and micro level. And I would say that what is proving extremely important is the capacity we may have for the real-time monitoring of a disaster of this kind. And for that, you need high-frequency data, extremely granular data. Fortunately enough, at the Bank of Spain, we have such a data because we have individual data for the credit exposure of all individuals and all firms. And we can immediately aggregate it as we need it. In the first case, in order to see the exposure of the institutions in the footprint of the disaster, and we are doing so. But also in order to be able to be targeted, because the aid package of the government is also selective, and we need to know exactly what are the SMEs affected, which have a particular aid support, individuals, mortgages. Think for a moment, there are in the footprint, there are around 500,000 people with mortgages, 23 enterprises, 90% of them are really small. But while now we have a very clear view of the exposure in real time, over the next few weeks, it would be crucial to be able to combine our data with data from others, for instance, for insurance companies, because at the end of the day, what we need to to know as much as possible over time is first how we move from exposure to actual losses and how these losses are distributed between what losses are we taking by government because of the effectiveness of the package, of the aid, which one will be taken by insurance companies, which ones will be taken by financial institutions, will be cautioned by financial institutions, and finally, the impact on firms and individuals. I mean, to the extent that we can be able to track all this over the next few weeks, I think we will be more efficient in redesigning our policies and responses and also to taking the necessary prudential measures at the micro and micro level. And a point on something that is very fundamental to us, to central banks, that proved very relevant in the first days, which is the continuity of payments and in particular of cash. And the fact that we had a fully fledged branch in Valencia very close to the footprint allow us to respond very rapidly and to provide certainty to those affected in different ways, provision of cash, but also deteriorated banknotes will be replaced with, particular standards in this case. In a situation of crisis like this one, I think it's very important that all public administration, from their own perspectives, take the view that to the extent that they can remove certain uncertainties, it will be the best contribution from them actually to something which is very important beyond, moral considerations, which is basically a faster recovery of the area. This is the approach we have taken. By saying this, I'm really moving from the script that I had implied to explain a number of things we are doing in the research at the Bank of Spain on this issue, which I think are very relevant and are relevant, I would say, in just one word to finalize these preliminary words. Are very important some of the pieces of research that we have been conducting in trying to understand the change of conduct of financial intermediaries resulting from climate change. And that's something we need to understand better looking forward. And not only in terms of the reaction to this volatility and extreme shock, but also to more structural changes coming from desertation, aridity, and the fact that there are certain areas that are more exposed to climate change, and we have to monitor very closely how financial intermediaries behave themselves in these areas. I will stop here for a moment.
We'll come back to many of the issues you touched upon. I do think you brought out two very important points, among others. Right, you do need good analysis, and we'll talk more about also what you do, good models, but in the end you need good data. And particularly in that I found interesting interconnecting different institutions and what does it mean to understand the losses. The other point that I thought was really interesting, we're in a building where we do a lot on payments. All central banks do a lot on payments. And I'm sure many of you have always been asked, yeah, but why do central banks do so much and focus on payments? Because it is at the core of trust in money and exactly in crisis. So thank you for raising this point, which is clearly highly relevant here. Let me maybe shift a little bit gear. And so when we think about the economic impact of climate shocks, of climate change, it never happens in a vacuum. There's also broader context. And maybe that's where I would like to ask you, President Christine Lagarde. Climate shocks or supply shocks happen often at the time when many other things change, whether it's demographic, we've talked about technological innovation, geopolitics. How do you think that climate-related supply shock affect more broadly or happen in a world which is tends to be increasingly supply constrained?
Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you, and please call me Christine. It will be easier in that community of interest here. Before I get to your question, do you mind if I ask one question to my colleague and friend Kazuo, and then he has time to think about it, because I don't want to put him under pressure. But No, I was fascinated by what you described, this sort of circular principle of the bond issuance, the reimbursement through the carbon pricing. And my question is, number one, what is the time horizon of that? And number two, against what objectives do you set your plans? Are you using the Paris Agreement? Are you using something else? Do you include nature in that, or is it just climate? So you see, and you really arose my interest.
Yeah,
but
did.
then you can think about
Did.
it. And if also you allow me on José Luis, I would really like to commend you for your reactivity, for the way in which you've responded to the crisis. I've heard it secondhand from multiple interested parties, and it's just spectacular. The ability to deliver cash almost at the doorstep of people who are suffering is not something that comes to mind as, the analytical work by multiple researchers. It's just getting your hands dirty and making sure that people have what they need, not to be totally uncertain and anxious about their future. And by the way, it led me to think about our digital euro. Because, no, seriously.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, you have this anxiety of people in some of Europe about, why are you going there? Because we still want to hang on to our cash. And eventually we say, you will hang on to your cash, but secretly some others say, well, for a period of time. And then you think about the offline application of your digital euro, thumb up, yes, but then you also think about power. If you don't have power, you had power outage for what, 4 days, 5 days? Now, of course, by that time, your cell phone has run out of battery. So, there are lots of little practical details that we need to keep in mind and that have nothing to do probably with very, very elaborate and sophisticated economic research. But it matters because we provide public service and that's part of it. So, and I want to echo what you said to you, José Luis, and if you can convey that to your compatriots, and I know that many central banks around, certainly the Governing Council of the Eurosystem are supporting you and your colleagues. So, what I would like to maybe identify is the interconnection between climate change consequences, nature damages, and number one, demographics. Number two, digitalization and technologies, and number three, geopolitics. So I think all of that, there are interactions between these three. When you look, for instance, at demographics, we are roughly 8 billion at the moment. Based on most projections, we will have another 2 billion people joining us, and we will hit the double digit in 2050, thereabout. And there will, as a result, inevitably be consequences in terms of where people live and where climate change or nature degradation hurts. And there is a very good Nature study, the publication, which finds that climate change will likely cause a profound shift in Earth's tropical rain belt. Now you might say, okay, so what? Well, the rain belt, if you look at where it impacts, it's exactly where there is significant population now, but where there will be more population even tomorrow, and where the impact on water in particular is going to be phenomenal. Now, if you combine that with the fact that some people simply will not be able to live in certain places, either because of shortage of water or because of sea level rise to the extent that they simply cannot live where they used to live, we have to think about what impact it will have in terms of migration. So you bring demographics increases plus climate change impact and nature degradation impact, and the two of them combined together will lead to climate migration. I hate to mention a number because you have everything ranging from 20 million to 1 billion. I kid you not, that's the range. If you look at what the UN Migration Agency, if you look at some studies which have been conducted, there's one which actually says precisely 62 million working age climate migrants over this century, which I find very, very much on the minimal front. If you consider that today there are already 65 million migrants caused by a combination of wars and climate change. But that's a study by Brzezinski, back in 2021, and things have certainly not improved in the meantime. But there will be such migration from those areas that are most affected by climate change and those areas that are alleged to be less affected. And if you take it one step further, assuming we have those migrations, it is probably also going to further antagonize and further exacerbate the political tensions that in some countries already exist as a result of migration. I need not to move very far away, not even across the pond. There are places where already it's a very acute debate and where the tensions are very strong. So that's the intersection, if you will, between climate change and demographic development. The second one that I want to touch on has to do with digitalization and new technologies. And the benefit and the risk here is that an increase in climate-related shocks may certainly divert resources away from innovation. Why is that? Well, because the innovation is going to require significant amount of resources. Now I'll come to the kind of resources that I'm thinking about here. Added to which, if you look at the development of artificial intelligence as it develops now, and will continue to develop, it will be a very high consumption of energy and certainly a high consumption of water as well. And we know a bit less about the consumption of water and the footprint that it leaves. But so the green transition is sparking game-changing tech. It does, and it moves technology, and it should. Smart grids, self-driving vehicles, electric vehicles of all sorts, development of hydrogens of all colors and varieties, but all of that is all and well, and the further development that will take place, in particular in relation to grid stabilization and grid interconnections, will be critically important in order to be able to consume some of the energy that is produced in some corners and cannot travel to other corners. And we have examples most recently of that volume of energy wasted simply because it doesn't travel and the grid does not connect with the others. But at the same time, that climate change, as I said, divert capital towards less productive, less increasingly needed adaptation strategies. If you think about, for instance, of the sea walls that are being considered and built in some corners in order to limit the rise of sea level and the impact that it has on low-level lands, or if you think of the development of air conditioning, as simple as that, which is needed in some corners but is totally counterintuitive in terms of actual innovation, yet it does absorb a lot of resources in order to simply protect against extreme events. And that strains our capacity to innovate in something that would be far more valuable for longer term rather than to fix the short term, because we've been a bit too slow to start this matter. And the last point that I was alluding to as well is the energy intensity of digitalization and AI, which certainly may hinder our climate goals. In 2023, the Google, and I'm not picking on Google on purpose, it's just that that statistic is available and published by Google. So Google greenhouse gas emissions were almost 50% higher than its consumption and its emissions in 2019 due to energy demand from what?
Data centers.
Data centers, absolutely. If you ask all the big venture capitalists at the moment where they want to invest, they'll say data center. And if you push them just a little bit further, they'll say maybe small nuclear power plant in order to actually feed enough power to those data centers. So that's the third one. So then I want to take us one step further, and it's going to combine some of the elements that I have just mentioned, and that's the intersection between climate change and geopolitics. Because it will have a dynamic of its own. And it will be induced by nature, by the rarity, scarcity of certain resources, and by the impact of climate change. Think for a second about China and the complex relationship between that country and other countries in the world. Think about the combination of rare earth and other specific minerals that are available predominantly in China and not the rest of the world. Think about graphite. Think about tungsten, for instance. Well, most of that is actually located in China. Many of those are essential for the green transition. That will have geopolitical impact, and that should be taken into consideration in the redefinition of whatever relationship some have with that country. Climate change can also disrupt a traditional supply chain. If you look at the Panama Canal, for instance, and how about 40% of the traffic has been impaired as a result of the lower level of sea that is available in the water canal, which has prevented some of the deepest cargoes and other tankers from crossing that canal. It is transforming international shipping routes, and it might weaken some. If you think of Russia's control over the trade route through the Arctic, for instance, it will be a change. But at the same time, if you look carefully, as my great team has, if you look at the Russia 2020 National Action Plan, which is for 5 years, if I recall, it aims, and I will quote, to use the advantages, note, of climate change. According to one estimate, over half of Siberia's permafrost may melt by 2080, potentially, and that's again in the action plan of Russia, potentially turning into agricultural land. Now, most of you know as well what the consequences of the melting of permafrost will result in. Methane, massive emission, which is far worse than CO2 pure emission. So, climate change is, has its own character, but it does have a massive impact on other critical areas, and I've tried to demonstrate that. And I think that we could take it one step further and bring the three together in a little cocktail that could either be good or bad, but I will stop here.
Thank you so much, Christine. It reminded me this morning we had a wonderful panel also showing the interconnectedness between international trade and climate. And now you really drew very clearly the interconnectedness, not always in a positive way, between technology and innovation and climate. It needs innovation, and yet energy and intensive innovation can really make it very difficult. So Christine, you really already brought us into not only broader context, but global context. But let me now turn to François. And here I will pick a little bit also on your hat from the NGFS, because the NGFS has done some incredibly interesting work recently looking at climate impact from a broader perspective. Can I ask you to bring us some of the key insights we have received from that? You're on mute. Hold on.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Can I first say how much I am impressed by what Kazuo described about the Japanese plan, and obviously by what José Luis described about the Spanish situation, and express my deep solidarity. I agree with everything what Christine has just said. Can I try to answer your question going perhaps a step further on geopolitics, and starting indeed by NGFS work. We have on the one hand an evidence of increasing physical and economic damages due to climate change. Sabine explained it this morning. We expect now GDP losses of around 15% of GDP by 2050. It's 3 or 4 times more than before. And unfortunately, the floods in Spain are an example of that. But on the other hand, let me state the obvious, we are at risk of a decreasing political commitment to fight climate change, especially after the US election. So we will come in the second round about what central banks can do, but let me share perhaps some first thoughts about the global agenda. I don't pretend to commit the whole NGFS, but I think we have at least 3 levels of action which remain and are more important than ever. First, preserve an international coalition. Second, stick to the European calendar. And third, support the private sector. Let me very briefly explain. Preserve an international coalition. And I don't know if I can still speak of the global coalition, but an international coalition. Europe, UK, Japan will remain committed, obviously. Kazuo was very clear. One key question is what about the emerging countries and the poorest countries in the South? It's not only about China. What about India? What about Brazil? What about the poorest countries in Africa? What can we do to keep them on board, to avoid free riders' behaviors and only self-interest and short-term policies? I think the question of the funding of the transition in the South and of the adaptation cost mentioned by Christine, this question will be more important still than before. And it raises the question of the role of the World Bank and MDBs for the poorest countries and of blended finance for the emerging countries. We should perhaps look cautiously at some prudential rules which discourage a bit too much blended finance for climate. Can I only add on this international coalition that the NGFS was built 7 years ago as a coalition of the willing, and obviously this enthusiasm, this energy we have together will remain and will be very important. I said second, stick to the European calendar. You know the European commitment, EU, is very strong, carbon neutrality by 2050, and a significant increase, minus 55% by 2035. We will hear some voices, let us be honest, to say after the US election we should change this calendar, downgrade our ambition. I think it would be really a mistake. It's a question of predictability for all the economy. It's a question of credibility. That said, we can perhaps simplify somewhat some of the many rules we have. Look at the Draghi report. He calls for a joint plan for decarbonization and competitiveness. If you look at SFDR, CSRD, CS3Ds together, if you look at the various transition plans, it's a bit too complex. And by the way, we will look at the famous CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. If there are issues on trade, and I know they were raised during the conference, some elements of carbon border adjustment mechanisms are perhaps part of the game. We should think about it. So I said preserve an international corporate coalition, sticking to the European calendar. I conclude very briefly with supporting corporate commitment or private commitment. Because corporate cannot be in denial of reality. Whatever the political results will be everywhere, the frequency of hurricanes, floods, look at Spain, will not diminish. And corporates are confronted already through the insurance costs, which are increasing very rapidly. They are confronted to the economic consequences of climate change. So I think it's very important that they remain committed. Transition plans are of the essence. And I want really to welcome the work coordinated by ISSB and Emmanuel Faber. I think, again, that it took increased importance due to some political hesitations we will see around the tables. Obviously, the private economy cannot ignore the necessity of adaptation and transition. And I will stop there before coming to monetary policy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Clearly a very ambitious program, but as you say, a program that is needed, that needs to be conducted forward. I think that's a perfect segue, and you made the segue yourself, right? So there's a program, there's leadership is needed, but ultimately a key question is what is the role of central banks? What can central banks do in the mandate of the monetary stability? So let me now go to each of you. And I will, in fact, why don't I start directly with you, François, and ask you, can you tell us a little bit more what kind of work you're doing now at the Banque de France to move forward on these questions and to understand how it can inform in your own decision? What are some of the early insights and what are potential next steps that you see?
Thank you, Andrea. I perhaps react to your sentence saying the key question will be the action by central banks. It's a very important question, but it's not the only one. And we cannot be the only green game in town. It's very important to have public policies and to have, as I said, private investments by corporates on their transition. That said, we are working in the Banque de France to try to figure out the economic consequences of climate change, especially on inflation. And frankly, the jury is still out. And you have several possible scenarios. If you look at two dimensions, first, the mechanical effect of inflation is probably positive because increase of energy costs, for example. But if you look at the output dimension, the effect of climate change could be slightly deflationary. So you can have a panel with 4 parts and combine the 2 dimensions. The most plausible scenario, but it's only a plausibility, is that climate change will be slightly inflationary and slightly restrictive on activity. And we will have to adapt monetary policy. Which leads me to 2 additional reflections, if you allow me. First, it's part of our mandate. Anyway, whatever the formulation is, I know it's a political debate. Some say it's mission creep by the central banks. They shouldn't care about climate change. They shouldn't try to green monetary policy. I really object. Let me take the ECB example, and Christine will probably give more light. We have a primary mandate, as you know, of price stability. And we have secondary mandates about social cohesion, employment, and yes, environment. The secondary mandate can play a role. But let me suppose we have only the primary mandate of price stability. If we ignore the economic consequences of climate change, as I said, on both inflation and output, we miss our duty. So even looking at the core mandate, it's our duty to incorporate climate change in our economic forecast and in our market operations. Second remark is climate change is supply shock. Yes. That said, not all supply shocks are alike. And it's also true for climate change. Is it predictable or is it not? Is it in upstream sectors or in downstream sectors? So we should have a more granular analysis and judgment. But let me take the hypothesis, as I said, that climate change as a whole has more inflationary effects. Probably rather moderate, but more inflationary effects. Should we look through? And you hear voices saying, look, the traditional textbook is that central banks should look through supply shocks and or we should accommodate the inflation target, raise it a bit in order to incorporate, to accommodate the effect of climate change. I don't think so. I don't think so. If we look through, we are at risk of spillovers from energy prices, let me say, to core inflation and disanchoring of inflation expectations. And this increased uncertainty would make the energy transition still more complicated. By the way, still more difficult to fund because we would have risk premia in interest rates. So I think it's very important to keep our inflation target and inflation expectations anchored. We can have, it's a medium-term target. It doesn't mean 2.0% inflation each month. But I see really no reason to look through or to change the inflation target. Perhaps last element, but just to introduce perhaps what Christine will say, I really pay tribute to the ECB under the President's leadership for greening monetary policy and also for greening supervision. If I may, this is a very important axis of work by the NGFS. We have our two heads, monetary head, but also supervisory head. The second one is also very necessary to green the financial system. And I stop there.
Thank you very much, Francois. I think your message is clear. Central banks, from your perspective, have really a responsibility to respond to inflation, also when it comes from supply shocks, including climate shocks. So yes, I think it's the good time to turn to you, Christine, and ask for your response to what Francois has said, and more generally, how do you say, we've heard it, there might be more supply shock, more persistent supply shock due to the climate transition. What should be the response from a monetary strategy perspective?
I agree.
Okay. Very good.
No, Francois put it very well. I have no, no argument to there's no argument to have. I'll try to mention a few things about inflation in particular, because I think that, if there is one thing we have to do, it's to provide this price stability. We have the mandate that Francois has indicated, 2% medium term sustainably, and we see no reason to change that, but I'll come to that in a second. I would like to bounce back on one point that Francois finished with, and which is a delicate one, and that's the issue of supervision. So I'm a little bit out of my territory here, and I apologize to the Chinese wall that should exist between central banking activity and supervision activity, which is conducted in Europe by the single supervision mechanism. But it's important because it's also one of the tools that is available for supervisors in order to transmit, we talk about the transmission of monetary policy, but we also have to transmit the sense of risk and urgency and the measures that actually banks that we supervise have to take in order to anticipate the risk. And it's a risk management issue, but it requires that the risk is actually anticipated, is measured, and that it is mitigated. And I'm mentioning that because I know that it's a little controversial, because banks in general do not always have the appetite to embrace wholeheartedly the necessity to measure, anticipate, test their risk mitigation. And it's something that I think we have to ingrain in the culture, because they are the ones that are going to be best able to identify whether such particular loan located in such particular area that is possibly to be flooded because not enough dams have been built over the course of time and the sea might rise is associated with a risk that leads it to either be badly insured or not insured at all, which then raises the issue of how do I provision the risk in my balance sheet. So I think that entire dimension is very practical, doesn't touch on the subtlety of monetary policy, but it's one of the arms that is extremely useful in order to make sure that the risk associated with climate change and with nature degradation is actually taken into account and alleviated to the extent is possible, and that at least the accounts that are provided and that are audited are true to the reality. A couple of things that I would like to mention, which I think evidence that climate-related shocks and the green transition may affect the inflation environment. And I would mention three particular factors. One is it increases inflation uncertainty. Two, it increases inflation volatility. And three, it changes relative prices. So if you look, first of all, at the uncertainty, our research finds that higher temperature can lead to higher food prices and have, as a result, varying effects on such prices, but also have varying effects on service inflation. There is research that has been done by the ECB in that respect. So change, probably on a permanent basis, unless there is adaptation coming down the tube, not yet at this point in time, but there will be higher food prices. Second, climate change may also shift consumer behavior. And if you look, for instance, at some surveys and some intention indications that are provided by tourists in particular, there are certain islands of the Mediterranean Sea, which is way too high and has been way too high, where it is anticipated that there will be a decline of about 9% of tourism as a result of climate change. And in the short run, and that was a great example that Kazuo gave, transition policies may affect the prices of production and lead to higher cost of production. So that's for inflation uncertainty. Second aspect is the inflation volatility. And again, our analysis shows that while moderate, that's an interesting one, moderate summer heat waves increase inflation in advanced economies via notably higher food prices, very strong summer heat waves reduce CPI by around 0.6 percentage points after 2 years, and that is via demand effect, negative demand effect. So François is completely right. Jury is still out in many ways, and to draw the conclusion that it is going to be inflationary in the short term and disinflationary in the long term if the transition measures are well taken, maybe. But I would say maybe with great humility, because it's really uncertain what the impact will be. For us in the euro area, where we have 20 member states with different exposure to climate change impacts, we should anticipate that it will lead to more divergence between the member states, which will not necessarily make our life much easier, but we should anticipate that. And third, and I'll finish there, there may have implication on the frequency and persistence of relative price changes, notably through seasonal effects and green transition policies. Seasonal effect for energy in both directions, either through higher or lower demand for heating and cooling, may increase divergence in relative prices. And the green transitions may also incentivize factors of production to shift from older to newer sectors, pushing up wages in those newer sectors, with a slower corresponding fall in wages in the older sectors. Think about some of these electric vehicles, think about some of these installation of new devices to produce renewable energies, and how that transition is going to have to take place in relatively short order with scarce resources of skilled labor, whereas at the other end in these old industries, there will be transition to be had, which will be also quite costly. So I will stop here.
Thank you very much.
I'm very keen to have the...
Yeah, no, but why don't we go first to José Luis, and then we'll come back to you, and you will give also the time to answer the question from Christine on the financing, the relationship between the carbon pricing and the transition bond. But you do have a, so why don't you go? So why don't you go? Why don't you go? Do you want to? Absolutely.
Okay. So I don't have a very good answer to Christine's question. I haven't looked at the details of the government's plan, but let's say we want zero net emissions by some target date 2050. Yeah. I'm not sure if the government has calculated what level of carbon taxes is needed to achieve this. It will depend on how efficient investment in green technologies that will be done, hopefully, during the next 10 years will be, among other things. So I don't have a very good answer here. I can't speak for the Japanese government. If I could continue to make a couple of remarks on the issues that have been discussed. I agree with Francois's point that we would like to keep the inflation target at the current level, even with more frequent physical shocks or risks. But I, of course, worry about what they will do to inflation expectations as I said, we probably will be introducing carbon tax at a certain point in time in the future. And then we'll start raising it afterwards. So this could have some impact on inflation expectations as well. So we'll have to monitor that carefully. Other things I wanted to say as matters of more short-run nature. Our subsidies for green investment may create some inflationary forces in the short run. But given that underlying inflation in Japan is at the moment below 2%, we could, at least for a while, accommodate these inflationary forces. Beyond a certain point, we'll have to turn to monetary tightening. But then we may decide to continue using this, what is it called, targeted credit policy of funding green investment. I'll stop there.
That's a great point, right? At some point, for countries that have low inflation or that are below, it'll be interesting to see whether there's good inflationary pressures or bad inflationary pressure and what it means for the economy. But that's a great point to come to you, José Luis. Because the Bank of State, Christine mentioned the uncertainty around inflation going forward and also the volatility. The Bank of State, you do quite a bit. Can you say, how do you go around this question about uncertainty, volatility, and can we forecast some of the trends that we're likely to see going forward?
It seems to me that climate change and the related energy developments pose central banks the same kind of challenge that the financial crisis created to us, because we realized when the financial crisis in the first decade of the century unfolded, we realized, and it was very, very clear actually, that our toolkit, analytical toolkit, and our predictive models were completely unable to capture the interaction from the financial sector to the real economy and inflation developments. I mean, all the frictions that were created, all the transmission of linkages between the financial sector and the financial instability into the rest of the economy were actually very modeled to a very limited extent in our models. Well, in the same vein, I would say, we are now confronted with a situation whereby we have this climate change, which implies larger and more frequent shocks and in the tail of our distribution on output and inflation. And we need to invest, and actually at the Bank of Spain we are investing actually, for instance, in trying to have models which more explicitly capture the linkages between energy and the rest of the economy in a more structural manner. I think this is very important for forecasting, because we know when we look backwards, and this will be even more clear in the future, that a very important contribution to formation of inflation and inflation volatility stems from shocks, energy shocks, primarily in the past from fossil fuels. I mean, so we need really to understand much better all this. And for that we need, and we are actually, central bank, are investing a great deal on that, but we need more on that. And probably even beyond energy, and this might prove even more challenging over time, you need to try to combine our way of approaching to modeling from those of the climate science. I mean, I very much believe in multidisciplinarity, and here is, although it's a challenge, it's worth really exploring, working together in order to have a better understanding of how these two elements interact in different ways. And I would like to conclude with maybe a more positive note on two elements that I think we haven't still mentioned, but basically show the uncertainty surrounding all that we are discussing. First, I firmly believe in the importance of innovation. And this is a challenge which implies and is really triggering a lot of research and development in order to be able how to deal collectively to these issues. Think for a moment in the pandemic and the innovation of vaccines. I mean, we didn't anticipate such results so rapidly. So it might be the case that looking forward, with all the investments on research and development, on energy, on new technologies, etc., we may have productivity gains that now we are not being able to anticipate. And a second potential but uncertain positive note, primarily thinking from Europe, I would say. Think for a moment that although in the transition and I fully agree with Francois and Christine, that we may have higher inflation and probably lower output, but if the transition is smoother than we expect and more rapid, think for a moment in a world that instead of relying so much on fossil fuels, we are relying far more on electricity as a major source of energy produced with green sources. If this were the case and it's more locally produced, some of the sources of uncertainty on inflation will be removed, and we will be more isolated from things that have complicated a great deal our policy. So yes, I leave it here, but I think that there is uncertainty, but the uncertainty doesn't mean negative outcomes, means that outcomes that are unexpected and are very ample in terms of the distribution also entail.
Thank you so much, José Luis. It's clear every risk also brings opportunities, and it's important to also look into the opportunities. We're running out of time, but I have such a distinguished panel here. Is any of you of the panelists who want to make one more remark before we close the panel? Because we've raised so many issues. Francois, I see your hand. Thank you so much.
Very quickly, 2 comments. First, I couldn't agree more with what José Luis just said about the imperative of intellectual investment and multidisciplinary research. And this is what the NGFS is about. We try to take the physical scenarios by IPCC and translate them into several economic and financial scenarios. It's not easy, but it's absolutely necessary. And second, following what Christine said about supervision, which is of the essence, may I add a note of cautious optimism. This is probably not the best week for optimism on climate change, but I happen to be the longest serving governor in the panel. And in the last 9 years, I'm really impressed by the new tools we have for supervision of climate risk in banks and insurance. We started with disclosure, the snapshot of risk. Then we introduced climate stress tests, and now most jurisdictions are using them. They are not yet perfect, but 6 years ago they were utopia. And now we come to the third tool, which is transition plans. So publish risk, monitor risk in the future, and reduce risk thanks to transition plans. We should really go along this way.
Okay, yeah. And if I can, I want to endorse Francois' point, and it shows just from the number of banks that are now complying with the requirements to assess, to go through the test and to provision the risks. We started off, Francois, I speak under your control because you do that on the ground, but we had about 25% of banks that were complying essentially. We are now at 80%. And it's, I think this escalation procedure that has taken time and energy and conviction, because it's easier to say, oh no, this is such a bore, why would we have to do that? It's more bureaucracy yet again. No, when things like what happened in Valencia occur, then suddenly you realize that the data, the information, the disclosure, all of that has been critically important. I would like to mention one speech by somebody who's actually sitting on this panel, Andrea. He gave a speech at the London School of Economics a few weeks ago, which was really excellent in that respect. So I hope we all read it.
Thank you very much. So on this word, look, what I want to add to this as a closing remarks is I think it's not only the instrument and the hard work that is behind it, and having a coalition of the willing in the NGFS and the moving forward that has really moved forward, and the regulatory requirement. I think what today has shown is the quality of the discussion has also tremendously improved over the last few years. And I think what we have shown here today is the importance to bring these different sectors. This morning we've heard about the role of international trade. We've heard about the real economy. We've had CEOs from hard-to-abate sectors that have really shown and given us a sense of how they think about it. We have thought about innovation, which is a necessary good, but also a challenge. And of course, now we have heard about how important it is for central banking and how they think about it. But I think the point is, it used to be something to discuss from a more ideological perspective, and Christine, you said it now very nicely, it has become now an issue of normal risk-taking perspective. It's a risk management, we have to think about it. So I will stop here. Look, it's been a really wonderful day. I want to stop by just thanking all the speakers we have had today. Really very high quality. To the program, of course, the panel, and I will end with a big applause to the panel. But before we get there, I do want to also thank the audience. You have been wonderful also in the questions, both in person and, of course, online. And I've said it earlier, I do think the co-organizing teams have done a tremendous work. We would not have been able to do it together. And this time, particularly the Bank of Japan, Coisa's team have been tremendous, the Bank of Spain. Despite all the difficulty in the last few weeks, you have been absolutely stellar. The NGFS Secretariat, as usual, are really big partners, of which we're very happy to be able to rely on. So with this, I will end the Green Swan. Thank you very much.